the last 10% is like the most important thing to do all the details, and that's where everybody ends up slacking is on the last 10%. Yeah, that's my thing. If I do something, I'll make sure it's done, it's right. Quick that somebody comes in, and I don't want to say, what is that? You know, especially if it's a costly project. It doesn't feel good. Hey, how you doing? Good.
It's about 2 minutes. Do we have everybody that needs to be here to get the 6:30 meeting started?
Except for Daniel. Yes, you can start at 6:30.
Yes. What about, do we need any attorneys or just a presentation?
It's just a workshop,
Gotcha.
so it's, now when the meeting starts, Stephen will be here and replace, Mr. Camero.
Gotcha. Do you want to do presentations in the beginning or in the next meeting, or how do we do it? In the workshop?
To open, we would, still do the same.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
We can start in a minute. Why don't we stand, open up this workshop, and then pledge allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Becky, if you would, this is a workshop, so if you would, lead us into this workshop.
The roll call. So-
You want to do roll call?
Yes, sir.
Here, Andy Dobbs.
C4, Chair,
Here.
C3, C1,
Here.
and for the record, C2 is not present.
Okay.
So the workshop was based off of goals that you guys were gonna set for the district manager moving forward in regards to the district.
Okay.
And that's what you guys had requested, at least a half an hour and prior to our meeting.
Anybody on the board want to open it up with the discussion of the workshop for the district manager goals? I guess also that would include to evaluate the district manager going forward. And then also, I would probably say on at least quarterly basis, minimum quarterly basis, for us to meet with the district manager to let them know where they stand, what they're doing, where they need to make improvements, adjustments, so on and so forth. Because I know a lot of people do evaluations once a year, and all of a sudden you hit with a big curveball. But we should be doing this on a minimum quarterly basis. So the floor is up for discussion. I'd like to hear from the board and what they think going forward, how we should set goals for the district manager as well. Go right ahead.
So, I think, this is kind of like a short and long-term goal. It's going to be a little, I think the first year probably be a little tricky because we're kind of starting from scratch. But to start, I think what I would like to see, I don't know if the board agrees on this, but I would like to see more metrics, more numbers around things that we're doing. So, like for example, you sent us emails on the mowing, right? I would like to, because I'm probably the greenest out of the greenest. I don't know the streets like you guys do. I mean, I try to drive around, but I would like to see numbers like we mowed 3 miles this week and 2 miles. Same thing with the swells. Once we kind of start rolling with that, I would like to see, all right, we did 2 miles of swells. We did half a mile of swells this week.
So like KPIs.
Yeah. Like I think every meeting would be good if we can kind of have like KPIs in place. 'Cause I like the emails that you're sending out. I would just like to see a little bit more numbers, just so that we're able to kind of gauge like previous month, last month, you know, what's your target for next month, or for the quarter? And, you know, just kind of around everything, you know, I'm trying to learn more of that side, and I think that'll help me at least understand, because I can put it
The process.
better in numbers and just kind of see, oh, he mowed 2 streets. We're in the process of working on this road. We redid the asphalt here. How much asphalt was it? You know what I mean? Like, I would like to see more numbers around everything, just to make it easier to understand, I think.
So when he says KPIs, when we say KPIs, it's abbreviated, but it stands for key performance indicators.
Yeah.
So we know, boom, you said you were gonna do, for instance, we set goals for you to do, let's say 5 miles a month, and you came up and did 4. So we would, you know, grade you and on that, and then let's say for instance, next month, you took it up from 5, you did 7 miles. So, okay, we're showing something.
And I think it'll also help you, you know, with your employees, right? Like if you got a guy that, you know, every week he's knocking down, let's say 4 miles of whatever, and then all of a sudden, you know, 1 month he's doing 1 mile or 2 miles, right? It's easier to kind of say, hey, John, what happened here, or whatever, you know what I mean? It's easier to kind of pick it up, or you can also, you know, set little targets for those guys and kind of say, hey, you've been doing 4, let's try to do 4.5, or let's try to do 5, you know, whatever that is. I think if we can kind of start using numbers, because I think even the one that we fill out that we're going to turn into the state every year, I think it has numbers already, but I think it would be good, if it doesn't, it'd be good to have just like a summary of, you know, we mowed 300 miles in 2024. Gosh, you know.
You know about how many times a year y'all mow on Montura?
Every 2 months, we're completely, like, from front to back.
It takes 2 months.
Yes.
And you have to
And
have-
that's, sorry,
I was like, how many times a year?
that would be 6 times a year.
I would assume it's a little more challenging during
The
the
wet season.
wet season.
We tend to get we'll get the sides, if there's water in the swell, we can't get into the swells.
How many miles? 100?
There's 106 miles.
Yeah, it's like that right there, we already got that, we already know monthly, and we already, the miles are gonna be the same, so if they say more on
Yeah.
Montura, the miles are gonna really change.
Sure.
So at least we already kind of had that sort of, we set for, we'll get sent to the state, they do it 3 times, it's gonna be 300 and whatever.
Yeah.
Everything else.
Yeah.
And so at least we know it's gonna be some more from that range, maybe less, maybe more, depending. If there's more people come, moving into Montura, they start mowing, and the mowing's gonna go from 2 months to, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And also the levee, we do the inside of the levee of the reservoir all the way around. So,
And then like the side arting,
yes,
um,
the board.
yeah, that'd be something probably different. I don't think y'all know everything all throughout the year, but y'all are slowly starting to get calculation of what it's taking.
Correct, correct. And every mile, like, so if I say, Montura on Olivo South, that's a quarter mile. If I say currently on, then that means we're not done yet, so I understand what you're saying. But everything is a quarter mile. There's no change in the dynamics of how the road is split. But I can, we
And
can,
the top of the bank, bottom bank, y'all started on the slopes. and-
yes, yeah, we're doing everything right now, yeah. And anytime we're working on a specific road, if we're, like I said, if it's not just patching the lima, you know, fixing it and turning it over, what we're doing is, if it's actual rebuilding the road, we're actually in there, boom mowing it first, cutting off, making sure the swell, everything's done, and then we're doing the road, so that road's completely done. The boom mowing, everything, we don't have to go back, we don't have to visit it until the swell project, then we have to start cutting.
Is this well being done as far as just,
The 2, we're going up,
okay, mowing?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
That I've seen.
yeah.
In certain areas, I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And then if there's any trees or anything in the swell, we're actually taking it out. Yeah, we're taking it all out. So we're picking it, and we're picking up the debris behind it. So there's nothing left in that road when it's done. So, so it does take a minute, but we're getting it done, so.
Make sure you get your no cuts.
Huh?
Make sure you get your no cuts.
Yeah.
Because if you pull one of them out, that no cut.
Yes, sir.
The one thing that I'd like to see is is to be creative and to say, like, for instance, and I think you can utilize your subject matter experts in every field. Let's say, for instance, we want to tackle some culvert projects. So we get with Mr. Dobbs, he can probably give you a rough estimate of what that project might be. And you say, hey, well, we don't want you to do it, but we want you to reach out to the board and say, hey, by the way, this is a $500,000 job. We believe we can do it in-house for $150,000. And at the end of the year, you can present to us, hey, by the way, these are all the projects we did in 2025. And by doing it in-house, instead of contracting services, we save the district this amount of money. So I'd like to see us evaluate all of our vendors, see if we can get better pricing, better customer service, whatever. I'm not saying going cheap, I've never been that. Just trying to get what we need, that Chick-fil-A service type of customer service. So if you could get that going, because everything that we do has a number attached to it.
Yes, sir.
And it has to be coming off a line item. So if we do projects in-house and you save, the company saves something, we can say, oh, wow, this is why our money was able to go so far. So that's one thing I definitely like to see. And the other thing I'd like to pay attention to is, I know it's overlooked, we'll talk about it, but safety. I like to make sure that we're doing safety videos with our team. There's a lot more people in Montura. I see debris flying when the guys are doing work. I see debris flying because that's heavy equipment. That sidearm mower does throw stuff out there. So those things that if they hit a car or hit somebody, we're probably having to pick up a tab or something. So just want to make sure that our team is make sure we have it documented and that we're applying that safety measure. That means the heavy equipment, first aid, CPR, the whole 9 yards. MOT. And if we don't have MOT equipment, please get it. So, as somebody said earlier, we got to come up to the 2025. Because I see people doing it, but that's not true MOT. So that's some things that I think I'd like to see documented.
In regard to the mowing the Montura, it would be good, to keep track of the area, it would be a good idea to divide the, Montura in squares, we're gonna work on this, come out of, square mile of streets. That way, we can, it'd be a lot easier to visualize that, the movement of cleaning or mowing the area. It'll be a good idea for the board to keep track of that. It's easier that way. I don't know if you guys agree on that.
Yeah, well, I think once they put the locators on the equipment, she's like, we got a deal at work that wherever we go, it tells you how fast they're moving, how long you've been idling, and stuff like that, which that's a great thing to know, so you know how long your equipment's idling, and then it all comes at a cost. So once they do that, they could, every week they could do a report on how many miles it moved, how many hours it.
Areas or,
Yeah, and it's gonna have GPS locator, at least it should, most of it has that feature, and you should be able to look at the grid and it'll show you the machine where it went, everywhere, and it'll show real live time, it'll play a little dot where it went, circles and all, and that'll help, because it could be seconds to pull up that information before.
and that way it would be easier for all of us to see, not just to move the machine from one point, from this area to the other corner, make sure you stay in one area, finish that up, and then move to the next one.
Yeah, and that helps a lot with efficiency, because whenever you start looking at idle time, if you see that equipment's within a day, you should know how many hours within the day, like our 6120 mowers. Within that 8-hour day, you're gonna have to fuel it. So there's certain things, you have lunch, you have back and forth time, but every day there should be at least 5 hours on that machine, unless something happens. And then that's where the daily report will kind of document within that time. So.
Do we fuel the machine every day, or when they go down to water stack out, do we
Every day.
every day?
Every day. When they come in, they have to fuel it.
Check?
Yeah. They have their post and their pre and their post maintenance checks.
Okay.
They do every day. In the evenings, when they come in for the afternoon, they have to fuel up. We don't know if there's an emergency at any time.
Correct.
So if we get here, we're not sitting here fueling up. We could go right out the gates, because we know we've done what we had to. We prepared from the time that we leave.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's something that's so important. that we're gonna have to look into some type of mobile, fueling system that's a pull behind. Cause y'all don't have, what do y'all have to fuel? Just a small pull, whatever's in the back of the truck? Y'all have, truck tanks like 80 gallons or anything?
We have the one on the mechanic truck.
Okay.
That's, we have how many gallons?
Right now.
100.
100?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep,
But they got bigger ones that you can put, diesel and gas. And
yes.
it'd be good for them to be able to have that.
Mhm.
So they could, so if they ever have to go fuel like their excavators or something, or if they have multiple machines there, they can pull a trailer. But that's something later on that we could look into. I mean,
Yes.
they're a little costly, but you can put, gas in these, so they have multiple ones, they have depth, some with depth and stuff.
Not only that, if you're gonna do that, we're gonna have, extinguishers, rated for fuel. If we're gonna have a mobile unit like that, full trailer,
Yeah.
make sure we have the right, extinguisher, attached to that.
Well, they're gonna come with their signs and everything on it, it's gonna be flammable and stuff, you don't have, once you stay under so many gallons, you don't have to have a hazmat enforcement or nothing. Or might, but if they do decide to go to something bigger that we do need it, then your CDL drivers have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the endorsement for it, yeah. Mhm.
Correct.
Yeah.
Anything else, Mr. Moreno?
Nope, thank you.
Anything else from the board in reference to goals?
No, just the ditches, so that's something that we really need to get into, because ditches haven't been touched in a long time.
Can you elaborate on the ditches in the, just go
Yeah.
mowing,
Yeah,
excavating?
excavation, elevations of them and stuff, and then, you know,
This one's is up, okay.
yeah, and that's what we're talking about again with dogs, because I know they do a cut too, and by the time you get down to the end, it's a canal.
Absolutely.
And it's hard for maintenance, a lot of it ends up washing in, and if you got an 18-inch culvert, by the time it washes in, you'll be looking to have 6 inches of drainage through there.
Gotcha.
And then a lot of that does end up in our canals and make it go in there. So something we need to reevaluate the elevations of the ditches, see if we can go to like maybe a cup one, something that's not as aggressive, make sure that we still have enough slope for it. But if we don't, and we have to do the cut too, then maybe at the end, we're gonna have to do something a bit different, even with the size of our outlets to them that's feeding the main canals. Into a lot of that, because, you know, over the years, you know, Montour's prone to flooding, and, you know, everybody asks if we're gonna flood again. It's like anything, if we don't do any maintenance to the ditches, there's nothing gonna change.
That's right.
And, you know, it's gonna be long, there's gonna be probably some, I don't know if we get any type of LiDAR, to kind of see, because, you know, every year as everybody's filling in their properties, that water's gonna get pushed over to the neighbors and so forth, and see if we can get something up to date. I don't know, maybe we talk about in the grant, if there's some way that we can get some type of LiDAR done, and see the different elevations, and, it's all changed. So,
What's the value of the grant?
yeah,
Selection
yeah.
of the work.
Yeah, and kind of see where the water's wanting to go, and then, you know, we do have a lot of low areas that we're gonna have to, treat them a little bit different, so. Yeah, but that's my biggest thing is the ditches, if the ditches ain't done, water don't go nowhere, then, you forget about your roads and everything else.
So, Mr. Dobbs, in our, because we're getting ready to do it, we brought on team members to do this. Now that we, as Supervisor Self spoke on, as we start cleaning these swales, that from our roadway to that swale, some of them are steep, some of them are nicely, you know, exactly. So I think we need to make a standard for that going forward, if all possible. Because I know it's a case-by-case scenario, but there's some roads that the drop-off is pretty good. There's some that it's nice, and you know, I'm pretty sure there's reasons behind it. But if we could make sure, well, how do you say that, one pass, try to do it one time correctly,
Right.
and move on. So it's a big challenge that we're going to take. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some angry constituents because us doing it's going to mess up their fun a little bit, especially from the road to that swell. So they're not going to be happy, but backblading it or whatever, you know, needs to happen. We have to throw seed, whatever. But just let's make sure we do it nicely done one time.
Yeah, another thing
They'll be
that
happy when their house doesn't flood.
yeah,
Agreed. Yeah, but it's a, you know, it's an inconvenience when you're working on somebody's roadway. Hey, you left all this mess right here, and you know, I've got family coming over the weekend, whatever. So that's going to be on our team to make sure that we, you know, we knock it out in a timely manner. And if all possible, let's do the one road on both sides.
yeah,
Do it
Yeah.
one side and check off that box.
yeah, that's the easiest thing.
Yeah.
You go down through there, you do it once, you sidearm, you remove what you're gonna remove, get your no cuts, do everything, get in, get out, and then let's move on to the next one. like properly. The only other thing that I wanna bring up too is that a lot of the canal banks that I ride down, there's fence lines that are literally so close you can't even get your rubber tires. I mean, we went through it years ago trying to mow through there, and sometimes the machines want to fall off into the side. There's a lot of erosion going on too. So that's another thing, is to make sure that them properties are within their boundaries. If not, we're gonna have to get that corrected, and if they are within their boundaries, then we're gonna have to, there's a lot of trees and stuff we're gonna have to knock back out and stuff. If not, the mower operators and the excavator operators, they don't want on the machines in the canals.
Yep.
So it's,
Question for the board, to our district manager. We have about 12 minutes, so we'll go into our meeting. Do we want as a board to, give things on a monthly basis, or these are the goals for the year, and we break them down into 12 months or, whichever achievable, because again, we want realistic goals, of course.
Right.
And we want these goals to be, met.
just gonna prioritize what's gonna make, the biggest difference. Some stuff will, some stuff won't.
I think, short term, what I would like to see, talking about goals is maybe talks, work with the manager and come up with, we've talked about all these different master plans and all that, but an actual plan for swells, right? Just a plan for swells. This is what we're gonna do. This is the plan. Because I see it on here, one of the topics, right? Where am I gonna commence? Like I would like to see more engagement on your side with, to help her determine all those priorities. I think you're the subject matter expert with that, and I think if we can help prioritize that, just do it all at once, and then now that's done, and then like you said, we can start checking off boxes as we're getting things done, and it doesn't have to be an item that we vote on every time, right? It's already kind of determined, we all agree on it, and all we get is an update. And like, we hit our goal, we did hit our goal. And I think if we can kind of do that, even with, so you got swells, you have the roads, like he mentioned, the drops. If we can kind of come up with just an overall plan, this one is lower, that, just kind of put it by, top to bottom priority. And I think, I don't think I can prioritize. I think you guys working together is probably better to prioritize that list.
I like to highly suggest that, like, the woodland area, it's a very isolated place, and whenever we got that big rain, the road had almost 4 foot of water in there. So that's something that I think that we need to prioritize, even if we have to make the road, because there's a lot of people that they have cars, and if they had to get out of there for emergency, they're not gonna get out. So if we're gonna elevate the road up to where the main road is, if it takes that, at least they might have to travel through half a foot of water instead of 4 foot of water. And start working. If it's a smaller area, it's a pretty good project. It's probably more needed than a lot of other places. And then with the canals being done, that'll kind of knock out that little section, and then move into other areas.
So just I guess just to finish on my side, is that something that, you guys think you can generate a list maybe in a month, 2 months? Like, just to put a target on it. I think if we put a target on it, it'd be easier to stay on the radar.
So like they said, one goes for like mowing, figure out something that's realistic, break it down into 12 months. So at the end of the 12 months, we should be at this number. Monthly, we should be at this number. Same way with swells, same way with certain things. We'll probably, grade you on, okay, this is the amount of time it was done. So you would have to shift your priority thinking and your manpower. So instead of putting out fires, we're trying to, be proactive. We have about 8 more minutes. Anything else?
We're gonna list the culverts that are prioritized that need to be replaced. Do you have any culverts that need to be replaced, or you already got everything replaced that you need to?
We still have many culverts that need to be replaced.
They fall in, any of them cavitating in, or they're just in bad condition? They need immediate attention as of right now?
No.
Okay.
No. Some of the ones that are off the bank, we do know that some have collapsed, but they're not, the road is still in place. Everything is holding up. But we will have them on our list.
The
And we're
canal
probably-
roads or main roads?
The canal road, not the main roads. Yeah. The ones that we were, now on Canal 8, that's the one that we started on. But we,
Palm Street,
Yeah, we did 7, and we're moving to 8 now. You know, to get that one done before the wet season. So that's, and we got the boards with rice and stuff like that, cut that off and move that water and get that going. So my biggest, because that's also part of what the grant is, and that's where these culverts came in. That's why we started moving towards that, because that would give us, you know, it would generate also back revenue back to us. I know we're coming up front, but eventually we'll get it back, you know, and that is part of it. That means culvert. And the canal on 13, finishing up the canal and actually getting the elevation, the proper elevation for that canal and going around, so then we can move forward and get that out of the way.
Steve, as far as like anything that we do within the waterways and stuff, does the district, are we supposed to put a turbidity curtains or anything in there? Just like a sediment or private, how would that work here?
Yeah, I'll have to check into that. I mean, it'd probably be a good idea to put a turbidity,
Yeah, curtain down the stream.
downstream. But it says a lot of
Yeah. Yeah, and that's something here that's never been done, and I was just wondering, you know, because I know it's something in the district, you know, whenever there's some projects going on, I don't know how much of our waterway would pertain to them, or if they see things maybe going, because it eventually make its way into the reservoir. I mean, sediment, big sediment. But, it's kind of good to stop some of that stuff too, the sediment ends up somewhere and then starts accumulating. So, yeah, I was just wondering if maybe we look into that, see if we have, if we don't, we probably should practice some of that stuff. It's well worth it doing it.
Anything else? Mr. Brown? All right, you have any questions for us? We've got a few more minutes. Any questions on the board?
No,
You'll be grading on this, so speak now, very well, would you please?
a lot of the stuff that you guys already asked, we have it, it's just you're not seeing the numbers. So, and it was more of the soil project, because I know it's gonna entail more, because we have to actually get other entities involved to make sure there's no cables or any lines or anything, you know.
We already know that's there,
Well, yeah,
so I'm just saying, it's gonna be on CenturyLink themselves. They're not going to be, but we'll cross that bridge as
correct.
we do it.
Because you're gonna find them, because there's a lot of time there was redoing the roads, they put them, because you don't know where the subcontractors put it, you'll start cutting down the road, and you'll find the middle, and it's supposed to be all the way over to the swell, then it's in the swell, they're supposed to be, 16 inches or something,
They
and
barely
they're
have
only
two.
3 inches.
They barely
and-
have
They're
two.
supposed to yeah, 18 inches.
But we're gonna, that's why, as you said, all middle cuts, and when we hit them,
Yeah.
the pictures right there, they,
Yeah.
this wasn't done. But we don't absorb that cost, it's up to them and their subcontractors.
So, and that's something that me and Mr. Dobbs have been speaking
Yeah,
on that, so we've been trying to put that together.
we found millions of them out here, and, pumps, they all have power meters on them?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. They have hour meters, they've all been maintenance, and so they're, up and running. Yeah, somebody thought that they heard a pump going and it was dry season, we're like, no, we're doing maintenance, please. Don't freak out, we're just doing our maintenance, making sure everything's running accordingly in properties, so
They don't know what they don't. They just,
yeah, so.
any other questions for us? We got about 4 minutes. We're going to our regular meeting.
Something to just, put into prioritize. Mr. Dobbs and myself have been speaking on a lot of the stuff that you guys are asking for, so it makes sense. So I appreciate all your input, and I'll try to give out as much input as well, so.
All right, so we have about 3 minutes left. Can you check on the attorney so we can start this meeting here pretty soon? She does that. Welcome everyone. If you wanted to speak, we have a form up there. If you want to welcome to fill it out to speak, we should be hopefully we'll start at 7 p.m. sharp. say, is that the only thing I did last month?
No,
Oh, it's the only picture I've seen.
it's a video.
Oh. I was like, man, it hadn't moved. It hadn't moved. I was getting worried. That's how bad. So can it play on a loop?
2 miles of paper.
Yeah.
You got music and everything or what? Oh my goodness. Yeah. I just want to see pictures. I don't want to see their music.
You don't want to hear music?
I just want to see pictures.
Well, but just hit the volume.
All the way down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. For the UXS.
Yeah, I had to search and there's a road list
Alright.
and there's a culvert of the expired culverts as well.
How about the road list
Is there?
for all the roads that was done and whatever was talking about, whenever they called in and how you prioritize them, so that's all. Or just,
The expired culverts.
these were the four checks you got about.
Yes. Yeah, actually, yeah. Because at one time, there was only, they could get $10 and they have permission, they give them a permit and they have permission to go ahead and fence the area in, but we didn't
Some
do
was
any.
then I seen some.
That was way back when, so, and then this one was when they came up with the thing where we could charge them to be able to get that done, the work done, and we would do it and we would do it properly.
Years ago, we did a couple, but they came in, they requested it, and then they didn't get charged anything, and they just had to go get their property, resurveyed.
Yeah, but that was, we followed up, whatever was in place before, so.
Right.
But those, we actually did no, I wanted
It's
to,
gotten better. It's still.
we were gonna talk about it, so I wanted to make sure we had everyone. Well, I mean, you were gonna, and that's. You brought it up, and we were listening to someone. But I haven't told anyone, so.
Ahora sí vamos a empezar con...
That's right.
Aquí está lo que más se oye en papelito abriéndose.
Imagínate, digo rato.
Well, the thing is
But you wanted to see how many were.
Well, yeah, no, we got everybody here.
it could be. Is that Mr. Steve?
Yes, he should be here. He said he was a minute out.
Gotcha. That must be it. So we already did the press release, just want to get into that, correct?
Correct.
We have to do roll call again or not? Roll call again?
Yes, for, the, yeah, regular meeting.
And we have enough for a quorum, hopefully Mr. Santiago makes it, but if not, we'll keep moving.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring this, thank you everybody for coming, let's bring this February meeting into order. Becky, if you would, give us a roll call.
Yes, District Treasurer?
Here.
District Attorney? Seat 1?
Here.
Seat 3?
Here.
Chair?
Here.
Seat 4?
Here.
And District Engineer?
Here.
District Manager present, and for the record, C2 is not present.
Gotcha. All right, moving on, number 2, approval of the meeting agenda. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions to this agenda?
Yes, there was an addition, it's Mr. John Boy, the amendment to the budget items. No, I know, I just wanted to make sure that we're,
What we did is Becky contacted me and we did the, line by line budget amendment that the board's allowed to do without going out and publishing and all that. so when we get to the treasurer's report,
Okay.
we'll see that we amended some line items.
Okay.
And you guys will have the updated copy in your financial report. I did already update it on our website as well. There's a copy here for the public as well. Of those, a lot of the items that are on there were stuff that we already went over, but we never brought over.
Understood.
So that's why I wanted to make sure that it was on our minutes and make sure that, you know, that was done. The other, item was for the credit card. We tried last year, but since there wasn't a district manager in place, it was just still the same old card. And, I did speak to the credit card company because it switched from First Bank and now it's TCMB Bank.
Okay.
And I just needed for the record that, you know, you guys are, you say who you are, and that I am the district manager and I am the one that will have control of that card.
And that's the one in town?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's from First Bank, but the First Bank handed it off to TCM Bank.
Okay.
It's the same card, it has not changed, it's the same thing.
Okay.
But it has to be in the minutes that I'm the district manager and that I am the one that, I'm in charge of whatever
Gotcha.
is on that card
All right.
for the district.
Stephen, any additions to this or deletion of subs that you know as well for this agenda? All right, with that being said, can we get an approval for the budget meeting for January 22nd, 2025? Or anybody have any comments about the budget or a meeting that we had? Do we have a motion by any chance? No motion? Moving on. Public comment, number 3, do we have any cards?
No.
All right, moving on to old and new business, discuss and vote presentation from Paycheck and ADP.
Yes,
Okay.
you guys requested for us to look into payroll companies, to help.
Sure.
Being that Mr. John Boy is, resigning here in a few months. So I reached out to, Mr. John Boy reached out to ADP and, I reached out with Paychecks and they're both here to give a short presentation
Excellent.
to the board, okay? And I have, Ian and Laura, if you guys would come. And you guys have all the paperwork inside your, binders. I also had emailed it to you guys as well.
Gotcha. And which one's going first?
This is Paychecks.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Laura Hamel-Jones with Paychecks, so I've been with the company for 26 years. When Ms. Hernandez reached out to me for information from Paychecks, we did a deep discovery with her, and beyond just the payroll that Mr. Boyd and his firm were providing for the district,
Sure.
we uncovered that there was greater need for some HR services and timekeeping systems, and it was really about creating some efficiency. She let us know that it takes her about 4 hours. Of course, she's very busy and there's a lot of distractions in her day trying
Sure.
to get payroll done. So by having the integration of having the timekeeping system come directly into the payroll, and it is anybody that she gives access to be able to have any kind of oversight can be done. But it's really just approval of time cards and then sends it on to Paychecks for processing. So I do know that there's a discrepancy in the different proposals that you've received, but what we're providing is a greater and more overall comprehensive service than just payroll and tax.
So it's a one-stop shop, pretty much? Okay. Grave to grave. Is there something, go ahead, I'll let you finish your presentation, sorry.
The only other thing that is not included in this is,
That's okay.
one of the things that we talked about was even taking a look at maybe some of the health insurance. I know that the policy was just renewed recently, but if Paychecks has their own health insurance agency, and we did take a deeper dive into that and found that there's potentially some really great savings in that as well, which would more than offset the, cost of providing payroll service.
And we do that how often? Every 2 or 3 years? Or how's that go?
Renewal?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes?
Every year.
Is it every
It's
year?
every year, yeah, for the health insurance.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. Awesome.
We just have, the sellers group
Yes,
that does, the different,
understood. Anybody on the board have any questions for them?
I got a question.
Go ahead.
So I know you said you kind of got with Mr. or Becky and kind of went over what Mr. Boyd covers now. I guess, I'm assuming the only thing that you guys wouldn't be able to handle would be the actual treasurer role, like all that stuff. So you're talking about taking over everything else,
Correct.
writing,
Yeah.
but is that,
We're not talking about doing our regular bill pay.
No,
It's
we
still-
don't handle.
It's payroll and HR.
okay.
Still gotta find somebody to do the other.
Understood.
The bookkeeping part of it.
Correct,
yeah.
that's what it's default.
So, I see a lot of numbers everywhere, so I don't know if you kind of can do a quick run through of your pricing and what you're kind of proposing.
Absolutely. So we're very transparent with our pricing. You'll see on the proposal page, everything that Paychex does is there's a flat fee for like a base fee that covers things like quarterly payroll, quarterly reports and all of that kind of thing. And then there's a cost per employee or per check for that. So that proposal that I did was based on, I believe, 20 people.
20 units, so that's 20 votes.
Right, so if there's 17 people that are paid in one pay period, then obviously the cost would go down based on the number of people we actually.
Sure.
So same thing goes with the timekeeping system, again, base fee, licensing fee, things like that, and then cost per employee for the time in and out.
And is this on for a weekly or bi-weekly?
That's per week.
And is there, let me ask a silly question, because I've worked at some companies that they do a bi-weekly. Is there a difference if you had to do a bi-weekly? Just asking, compared
Yes.
to weekly?
Yes.
What is the difference?
It's not like it would be in half, and if the board would like to see a cost bi-weekly, I'd be happy to prepare that, but it is less cost because you're processing 26 times a year rather than 52 times a year.
Gotcha. Anybody else have any questions?
So y'all keep up with hourly, like occurrence of sick time, personal time, vacation time? Y'all take care of all that?
Absolutely, that is included in the proposal that you have. So there would be no additional, charges for any of that.
Can you speak on what you spoke about HR services?
Yes, so in the proposal that you have, you would have the organization would have a dedicated business professional.
Gotcha.
This is somebody who is SHRM certified. They would be a direct contact for Becky. It's not a call-in 800 number
Sure.
for best practices. This is somebody that can actually lead the organization, can help with things like change management and culture. I know that there's a really great culture with the employees here within the organization, but can help with handbooks, policies, any kind of question if there was a questionable employee relations issue, potential termination, would be able to walk through that specific, scenario and be able to advise on how to best document the situation. It's all for the protection of the organization.
And is that included in your unit price?
Yes.
So that's, okay,
Yes.
understood.
That include employee record keeping as well?
Yeah,
I guess
so,
there's, all basically the employee files, if there's a
yes, this is.
discipline, anything like that?
Yes, this includes the employee documentation, so the employees can actually have all of their housed in the cloud. Any kind of performance management, reviews, managers can make notes that the individuals don't see that can be, when they do come up for review, all of that information is housed in there, all of their employment forms, 34 NI direct deposit, again, any kind of policies that they sign off, everything is digitally signed, time and date stamped, so,
Any premiums if we decide to, part ways in a year and get all that?
there's no,
back?
right, there's no contract with Paychex, we've always operated on a,
So we
per
should be able to
figure.
get all of our employee files as well if there was any
Thursday,
documents.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're on your files.
Becky, you have any questions, or is the city thinking something that we don't have, or that we don't use, or, hey, this is a little bit different if we did go this way?
Yeah, well, with the HR, part is
HR
more,
component.
yeah, it's, I like the policy and procedures, because they haven't been updated in such a long time, and just being able to, I went into Paychex, I've gone into ADP, that they both offer the same thing, where I can just put in our information, and it will generate something that's up to date, it's up to date with the law, what's required of us, even with the social media, drug, alcohol policy, everything's all tied in there.
So let me ask you a question. Do we still get live checks or direct deposit, the preferred method? How does this work? With
Everyone is in a direct deposit. The only thing that we don't, for our summer camp counselors, in case someone doesn't have a bank account, that's the only time we'll have a check, a physical check, but as you noticed, it was very minimal, because by the second check, they already had it deposited and they opened up a bank account. So I encourage that to everyone that comes in,
Sure.
But mainly everyone has a bank account, or they have a Cash App account, where it's like a card, so it goes, through a bank, so they can have it direct deposited into that as well. So some way it's being direct deposited.
So the first year total, is that for everybody Central County?
Yes.
So Moreno, any questions?
My last question, I think I'm interested in seeing the premiums on the insurance, just to see how that would offset, is if there's opportunity to save, lower our expense, I would like to see that, so.
Absolutely, we can, I know that what was most important today was just for you all to be able to solve the need
Yeah.
for the payroll processing, that
sure.
absolutely, we
But,
would
yeah,
we
something
would love to be
additional.
able to come back and show you some numbers.
We can put that side by side.
So, y'all, I know you have some questions.
No, our company actually uses them. We use them and we use Busy Payroll, so I prefer for higher admin to use Paychex because it's more intuitive, but for your out on the field aspect of it, for all the other key features, I like the Busy Payroll, because the other side of Busy with all the tracking and stuff, they
Sure.
speak together, but my preference, if we weren't gonna go down that avenue, would be them. I've been using them for 3 years now,
So you have one advocate on your side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, Becky.
We have ADP next. So,
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How's everyone
We're
doing?
doing good here.
Glad to be here. Super grateful for the opportunity to present, and also I'll leave this here for now. I know I'm not gonna be able to speak to everyone, and thank you so much for printing everything as well, Becky. I did also bring information for all of you, just to have for sitting here.
I don't think so.
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you so much. Paycheck doesn't have these type of paper clips, what's more?
Yeah, we have a lot of
Yes, it is.
fun stuff that we have.
Yeah, put that on the agenda.
Step it up, young boy.
Alrighty, everybody, so
Step it up.
I like this mic. They used to call me soapbox back in the day, so I'll make it short and sweet,
Okay.
especially because I know we have Robert's Rules of Order, but I wanted to just take the time again to introduce myself. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Susan. I work for ADP. I've actually been with the company a year and a half, and I'm really honored that I'm with them because I've learned so much in regards to HR management, payroll, benefits. I used to be in education before this. I used to teach at FSW and FGCU, but now in this payroll world, ADP has so much to offer, and what I want to present today is a little bit more about ADP, myself, why you want to switch with Suzelle with ADP, and just the customer service. You have pricing in front of you, and then I'll answer any questions. A lot of your questions are going to be similar to what you already asked.
Sure.
We can just play on conversation as well. I prefer questions so it's more engaging, and we'll go into that. But thank you so much again. I met with Becky. I showed her our demo, and our demo with what our platform is called Run. So very similar to what you heard was your pricing is with 17 employees right now. It's weekly. Price with us typically goes up if you have employees or more employees, and it's bi-weekly as well. If you ask that, you can
Sure.
bi-weekly, monthly, whatever have you. The biggest thing that if you see with pricing, we do have the HR package. We talked about HR needs, we talked about HR handbook, which that's really streamlined. I actually made an HR handbook for the Office of Admissions, and I remember I was like, wow, this took a lot of time.
Yeah.
So when Becky and I were speaking about just how that was, it does take a lot of time, it's very time consuming, but it's all integrated in our system, and I'll show you a little bit of the demo at the end. But you can see the costs right there. You can see on the second page, if you're looking at the second page, just one of the great things that we have to offer, especially when you work with me, you work with Suzelle. I'm a local rep. I'm actually from Fort Myers. Not born there, but raised there. And as a local rep, as far as working with ADP as a whole, you get 4 months free with the promotions, which is really awesome because that's a big cost savings, about $3,000 of cost savings when it comes to our biggest HR package. The HR package called HR Pro, as you can see on the second page, you're going to have a lot of HR features, like I mentioned, the employee handbook, our document vault. I know with like Hurricane Ian and y'all were just talking about flooding and just any natural disasters, like it's really important to keep information in the cloud, in technology, and just make sure that you have up-to-date standards when you apply it, a certain label, information that's always going to be given to you. New hire reporting and paperwork, and the simple payroll. You get same-day direct deposit, no extra charge with us. Clearly, if Becky, for whatever reason, forgot to run the payroll for that week, same day, 12 o'clock, same-day direct deposit, or checks, or our Wisely debit card. That really helps a lot of people, just depending on what they need and what they prefer. A lot of good preferences for that too. So that's the great thing about us. And then one of my favorite things that if you keep flipping the pages, when you're looking at HR Pro, the first part is I love discounts. So you can see the discounts. That's really for your employees. I think that offers a lot of value because when you hear ADP, you know the brand, you know that we're #1 in human capital management in the whole entire world. But a lot of people, when they hear ADP and payroll, they're like, oh yeah, I work for that company. Well, ADP isn't the company you work for, but you definitely have a lot of great things and great value with us. And towards the end of the first page where you see trainings, right at the bottom left, you do have access to all of these trainings that you don't have to recreate the wheel. We have that information for you. We have all of that to just be more accessible and make sure that you definitely don't have to worry and have those payroll headaches. And on the last page, the other thing that I wanted to touch a little bit more about briefly is that with our HR services, you do have access to free legal discount services, which is one of the greatest things that when we offer at ADP, that you can have all of these opportunities for the small business, for your agency at a great rate for prices that you would pay otherwise. And obviously, the app is really streamlined. I'm going to show you how to run the payroll really easy, but at the same time, the app that all of the employees have, it's easy access to have their W-2s. If they need any help with that, obviously they can reach out to their manager, but the manager also can reach out to our 24/7 customer service line. We're ranked internationally one of the best because we have just that direct access. But the great thing, on top of customer service, you do have a dedicated HR support person as well. And you also have me. This is outdated. So that's really good. And I'll leave the floor now for questions, but I just wanted to end with just the fact that when it comes to customer service and just my support, I always love to just help my clients get the best of the best. When it comes down to timing, when Becky and I spoke, I did want to say the reflection of like bringing the quote and the product and just the pricing wasn't a representation of myself. I had to take some time off after I actually presented pricing for you, but all is well. And as you know, like I mentioned, ADP, the brand, speaks for itself, but when you work with me, you work with one of the best in the region. I'm actually top 3 in sales. So you're gonna get great customer service at a great price, as well as just genuine care for the community. So when it comes to that, I'll leave the floor for questions. And as you're asking, I just want to share this real quick. 3 clicks. So when you run payroll, it's easy as 1, 2, 3. You click the blue button, and I always say to my clients, just follow the blue because it's going to lead you to the green. So when you go to the first page, you can just see how easy it is that you can, let's just make it brighter. You can just see how easy like all of the employees will just be right here. You can just add and click and just edit any hours and anything like that. But everything will be already pre-onboarded with myself or our implementation team. The second page will just preview the payroll, which is really simple. And you also have the opportunity to pay any subcontractors as well. And then once you preview payroll, the system will always catch any errors if there are any, which is great about that. And then 1, 2, 3, you approve and click and have payroll. The great thing too is we have time clocks as well. Becky and I spoke about that. And we do offer health insurance. We have one of the top PEOs with Fortune 500 benefits for health insurance outside of Amazon and Walmart. So we have the best of the best.
Let me ask a question, and forgive me, I didn't ask the question to the previous presenter. Becky, with these both proposals, are we still going to use time cards, or we're going fingerprint automation, you clock in, or log in?
They both offer, all 3, because you have busy payroll as well.
Sure.
They all offer where the employee can either use their phone, they download the app, and they can use it as a time.
It's like a geo-map.
Yeah, and they can clock in on their phone.
I can clock in at my house and not be at work?
No, no, there'll be a parameter. No. That's what I don't want. So I was asking them to physically come in, we could set up a laptop, they have to come in and they actually have to clock in and they will clock out, still at the office. But it's electronic, so I'm not buying time cards, I'm not,
So what,
we do away with the time cards.
so run me by an emergency basis, Becky. Let's say for instance, it's 10 o'clock, we get a call, there's an issue out in the community. What's the process?
Do it.
Clocking in and stuff like that?
So.
They still have to come here.
No, so for paycheck, you can request that their supervisor can put it in as an emergency.
Override?
Yes.
But everything's documented. So you put in, hey, that they're gonna be at this location, you put the address, and it's still geo fences, and same thing with Busy. Busy would live, as soon as they check in, it'll show out of geo fence, and it'll clock them, and when they clock out, their supervisor will see when they got to that location and when they left, and every 5 minutes, it's tracking them.
So here's my question, the reason for that, because, so for instance, when does the clock start? Because if the clock starts at a certain time, that person's he's on the clock, she's on the clock. Now, if that person's an accident, we're responsible. Where if they're out and about on their own personal time and something happens, well, you know, they weren't on the clock. There's no issue or litigation issues like that. So that's my biggest concern is when they hit the clock, is it documented? Because, hey, by the way, I just got in a head-on collision. Well, were you working for Central County or is this, you were taking your family to Walmart or something like that? So those are my concerns. I like to make sure we we check those boxes so we are not left vulnerable or have that, I assume.
No, that's why I was requesting for both, for Paychecks and for ADP, even Busy Bee, that they have to come to our physical location. If we're calling for an emergency, everybody has to come in here. We have our preparedness plan. Everybody has to show up. If somebody can't make it, then what's going on that you can't make it? If we can get in there and get them to help them, that's what we're gonna do. But we make sure that they come in and they punch in here. So we have to do a head count, okay, we're all here, who's not here? So, that's part of the procedures and the plan that we've had in place since before.
Yeah, you can do fencing, like geofencing, like at one of our properties, it's probably the length of a road. So we geofenced it, and the manager that oversees that property lives down the street. So he physically has to be within the office to clock in and out. But we had a water break that was at the back of the property. So he clocked in, and it notified him on the phone. It said, manager out of property geofence, but clocked in. So what happens is, it alerts me, I go on the phone, or even on the desktop, it'll go ping like an email.
Sure.
You open it up, and it'll show you that he was at the back of the property when he clocked in, let's say at 5:05. And then in his notes, when he goes to clock in, it's gonna ask you were clocking in out of your zone, what is the reason?
Gotcha.
And they have to put in a note. They can't just go to the next thing because it will let them clock in. So that allows your HR team to say, hey, blah, 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 was out of the zone due to an emergency, and he or she was there for that time.
Gotcha.
And Paychecks is really good at doing that as well. I don't know anything about ADP, so I can't speak on your behalf. But for Busy and Paychecks, I can, because those are the two I deal with.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I got a question about like vacation time. How do y'all have your overtime? So y'all have it set as 40 physical hours before it becomes overtime, or could they do 4 days physical, 1 day off?
We preset it, like when we do our regional onboarding, it would just be what we preset, and then like the system would say, okay, after the 40 hours, it would be overtime, and then when you preview the payroll, you can always edit and maybe just add if there is anything else.
Because I think we have it now. So if they work 4 days, they take 1 day off, and then they work on a Saturday, they still get paid overtime, or they have to do 40 physical hours first?
Per our policy, is that if they requested a day ahead of time, it's requested, that counts as a work day.
Exactly.
So that Saturday will be overtime.
We'd have to look at that if we wanted to make an adjustment.
Yes, sir.
So for instance, every company is different, but some people say you have to actually physically work 40 hours, and then from there,
Correct.
because like for instance, most holidays are on a Monday.
Correct.
Some people will pay you for that Monday, and if you work, they pay you overtime. Some people say, hey, that's just straight time. So those are the type of things that we as a board have to look into.
That's.
Other question?
Anybody else?
I think, the other thing I kind of consider, you mentioned clocking in, clocking out, but consider breaks, lunch, how do we want to do that, moving forward? Because you're talking about multiple ways of logging in the punches. So how do we want to do that? If somebody's working, let's say Woodland, right? Do we want them to come all the way back here and clock out for lunch, clock back in, and then just things to consider,
So like right now for lunches, what we do is something that you guys, Mr. Self, I brought up from before. The guys will pick them up and they come back here. And they for their lunch here, and then they come back. So, and that way, in case they need a microwave or whatever, have to use restroom breaks or whatever, it's here.
How much time do we lose by picking them up and bringing it here? Right back? I don't know.
You lose less.
We lose at least about 50.
I'd say probably at least minimum 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
25 minutes. Instead of everybody coming with their machines.
And then you have hours, wear and tear, fuel.
You can't win everything, in my opinion. But that'd be good.
You have 30-minute or hour lunch?
Yeah, it is.
We have a 30-minute lunch break, and then they have their 2 15-minute breaks.
Coupled in with the lunch.
Yes.
So it's the 30 minutes and the 2 15 minutes together. I make an hour. Instead of like, for instance, how most people do 15 in the morning and then 15 in the afternoon. So So what they have done is they're coupling the 30-minute lunch with the 2 15-minute break. Am I correct on that?
That's correct, sir.
That's what I thought.
As for them to take a 15-minute break while they're sitting out there in their equipment, that was another issue that came up, that people were just sitting around in their vehicles, and that's why the GPS and all that stuff was coming about. And so we were trying to come up with a creative way for them, as well as, you know what I'm saying? So they were like, can we take it, when we come back, we take our 15, which is part of our, then it'll go into our lunch break, and then we'll come back, so they don't take a break in the afternoon or early morning. They only come and they're working those hours.
And that's the problem, is like, you gotta take them breaks and
Well, they are taking their break still in the morning, because remember, their lunch doesn't start till 12. So from 11:45 to 12 is still their break. So it's still in the morning. It's not at 10 in the morning, or 10:30, but it is at 11:45. Still considered the morning. And then right after lunch, so 12:30 to 4,
would that
12:45.
be a discussion for something later? We're talking about, I guess we'll talk
Sure.
about this.
That's fine.
We'll bring that up all later to get
That's
somebody
fine,
kind of
that's fine.
ironed out.
Any other questions?
Other questions about ADP, our services, very similar, but like I said, years of experience, and that it's just a matter of preference for sure, but it's really a choice of either pricing works and or just that customer service approach at the end of the day.
I didn't see anything on the equipment, so just kind of curious, would it be just a laptop or?
Yeah,
or we
our
look at-
laptop,
Okay.
yeah. Or desktop, or we have another desktop.
Okay.
Do you have any issues with like Chronos fingerprinting? The clock in, clock out?
Well, there's one that, I think, where you can use your face.
Face
Very
Capture
good.
your, yeah, it captures your face, oh, it's the person that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
And I know that, because if y'all can't, in case of emergency, they gotta get up and go, which I guess they're all gonna have to come here unless they're gonna be directly there. There's usually a phone number or something that you could call in and you punch in your number, and then it has to be accepted by a manager or somebody that has that clearance for that. I have that, something like that.
Yeah, just within the app, you can speak to the manager, obviously you can text your manager, things like that, but then within the app, it records it, and then again, you have like that dedicated HR support person too. So you have a lot of options.
Anything else? No other questions? Thank you so much.
Beautiful, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity to speak.
Appreciate it as well.
You all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Safe travels back.
Thank you.
All right, moving on from A, going to D. The attorney's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
What we are talking about is the stormwater RFP. This is a connection with a grant that we received, and this funding is available in city. I'll defer to Mr. Dobbs about the technical aspects of it, but I'll just go over very briefly. We sent the RFP out originally with a January 20th deadline. We extended that deadline in order to obtain more responses. We got 2 responses. Culpeper Turpin and then EDC. The high score is Culpeper Turpin. The only note that I would have for the board is that the 2 bidders seem very competitive in terms of their technical expertise, years of experience. We favor minority, veteran-owned, women-owned bidders. On that measure, or on that metric, Culpeper wins. In other words, Culpeper received enough points to beat EDC, despite the fact that EDC's proposal cost basis might be more economical. And so it's just an interesting note for you. The policy should be that we award the contract to the highest scoring responsive bidder. We have 2 responsive bidders, and the highest score is Culpeper Turpin. As the attorney, the only other thing I could recommend is if you have an issue with that, so we put in the RFP veteran, minority, women-owned businesses are figure. We gave them the points for that. If there were any issue with that among the board, then the only option would be to reject all the bids and then redo the bid. But my view is it's favored by the state. It should be favored by us generally. Therefore, Culpeper Turpin should be the winner. And so there could be a discussion, you could ask Mr. Dobbs about any technical elements of the bids, but really the purpose is to get the board to adopt, approve, and award the contract to Culpeper based on their score of 91, EDC scored an 85.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Dalton, speaking of that, and thank you for that. Question, have we maybe like fact checked that company for the last 5 jobs they've done in the last 2 or 3 years?
I know both of these companies very well.
Okay.
So that, I actually invited both of them
Okay.
to apply. I reached out to some others that did not apply. And so, I mean, I know their work, because I've seen it. You know, the only other thing I would say, and again, you know, the ranking is the ranking.
Sure.
I know that EDC does have in-house surveying, biological. I mean, they could, in-house, they can do the whole project. And, you know, again, with, you know, just like with my firm, we don't have surveying, we don't have.
Certain things you sub out.
Yeah, we have to sub out and all this kind of
Sure.
stuff. Again, if, you know, the ranking is the ranking, that wasn't necessarily anything that we looked at was, you know, can you handle everything in-house, or, you know, do you have to hire subs or whatever, but.
So let me ask you another question. On these projects,
Starting route to the entry.
there you go. So another thing that I noticed is when you design something, that's great. What you get at the end is something different. So what about inspection services? Is that something that we're gonna do in-house, or we're gonna sub that out? Because it seems like, because if you let a contractor do what he wants to do without any checks and balances, we end up with issues with, you know.
It's not uncommon, DOT doesn't allow the people that do the design to do
Exactly.
the inspection.
Correct.
You know? So.
I've seen that a lot as well.
Yeah,
Contract.
and, you know, so depending on how you wanna do it, if, you know, we can do the inspections, I mean, that shouldn't be a big fee item, you know, to come down and do inspections or whatever. You know, we could do it, or, you know, however you wanna do it. I mean, that, like I said, I do inspections on my own projects.
Yes, sir.
That I have to certify.
Yes, sir.
You know, and most other people do when they're doing work for private entities and all this kind of stuff, but, you know, when you're doing work for, I know, I'm a continuing services contractor for Okeechobee County. So I got a project where Kimley Horn did the design,
Yes.
I did the inspections,
Understood.
you know.
So, and what about with, unfortunately, I don't like to mention it, but it happens, change orders? How does that happen, or unforeseen conditions, those type of things that, hey, by the way,
Right.
this is, so is there contingency money in this project, or does it have to be dead on to that number?
Well, my understanding is it's a lump sum deal, and you know, what I would wanna do is get as much bang for your buck out of that money that we
Sure.
have coming in, you
Yes,
know,
sir.
and realizing, you know, this grant is at least a couple of years old, so,
Yes.
you know, those numbers may have been on previous prices,
Which is out
and,
the
you know,
door. Yes.
and I know, for instance, the one with Henry County, you know, we went through and, you know, we put a budget together, and it doesn't look like we're gonna get everything, you know, because the prices have gone up.
Absolutely.
You know, that we had in that original
Quote.
quote.
Yes.
You know, and they're out for bid right now. We just had an update today, in the county. They didn't say they had any bids in yet for
No,
work
not
that,
yet.
you know, so
But it is awful.
it is out for bid. And so I hope I'm answering your question. I'm sorry, I'm not.
No,
I'm
no,
just
that's
trying to-
good. No, that's good. What I don't like is that I thought this was gonna happen. I thought this was gonna happen. I think nobody on the board, we're trying to get as much bang for our
Sure.
buck, but also be that we have accountability to the contractor and the warranties as
Sure.
well. You
And,
know,
and as your engineer, obviously, you know, I'm gonna have to look at all their work that comes in and, you know, make sure everything's correct, you know,
Gotcha.
as they,
So-
before they submit to the water management district and all that kind of stuff.
so during inspection services, let me ask you this, because that's where it seems to, you know, sometimes fall short. During this project, do they reach out to whoever the inspector is? Is the inspector gonna be there every day while he's on site, or at key moments, hey, by the way, don't tuck anything over, don't
Typically-
cover anything until we're on site.
That's the way it's typically done. The
Okay.
contractor will call when he's ready for an inspection.
Inspection, okay. Almost like doing a house, building a house.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I just wanted to
I
clarify
mean,
it.
and there are some projects that, you know, I know in Okeechobee, OUA's putting in a lot of, vacuum sewer.
Yes, sir, they
all that
are,
stuff,
they are.
And they're paying for an inspector 8 hours a day.
Understood.
To be there all the time.
Sure.
You know, because there's just so many moving parts in that project, it's so big and, you know, it's moving so fast and all that kind of stuff. So, again, on this project, I would not expect to have, you know, a daily inspection.
Sure.
You know, and just as, you know, wherever the contractor gets to, you know, what's spelled out in the documents.
In the contract, in the docs, yeah, in the specs. So let me ask you, speaking of specs, what happens if, hey, by the way, there's supposed to be Gould pumps out there and they give us some aftermarket stuff from,
So-
what happens there?
Typically, what ends up happening is you would go, you know, I know I've done this a lot, is you would spec a pump and then or equal, you know, and so that would be up to us, me, you know, to say, okay, you spec a Gould, you're saying, you know, can't think of the manufacturer, you know, Barney pump.
It could be a Barnes pump, yes, sir.
You know,
Yeah.
yeah, and it would be up to, you know, okay, then go in and look at the specifications and, you know, determine if they're equal.
So-
But if you have a preference, you know, like, let's say, you know, I know we're looking at putting in a new pump.
Yes, sir.
You know, and all that kind of stuff, and, you know, I used to work for U.S. Sugar.
Yes, sir.
Most of our motors were GM. You know, and towards the end of my career, they started buying a lot of other different pumps and all
Yes,
that
sir.
kind of stuff. And they found out that, you know, it costs us a lot more money because now we have to have a bunch of different oil filters, we have to have a bunch of different air filters instead
Instead of
of
standardizing everything.
standardized everything.
Sure.
So, you know, and these axial flow pumps are, you know, they're typically very similar from company to company. You know, part of this is road, part of this is pump, you
Yeah.
know, and all that kind of stuff. So we would just, you know, you would hope to get a very nice set of plans that is very specific on inspection requirements. You know, and again, these are very well-respected, you know, firms that we have here. And, you know, I know that EDC was just purchased by another company, a bigger company. I don't know that company, but, you know, and you know, Culpeper Interpreting has not been purchased.
So when it comes to them bidding this and then, so for instance, a lot of times, so will we require submittals and those submittals will be approved?
Yes.
Okay. And who does the approving of the submittals? I'm assuming it's
Again,
the board?
it could be them, it could be me, you know, however the board wants to set it up.
Gotcha.
Again, if you don't feel comfortable with the people designing, doing the inspections, I could do it, we could do another RFQ for an engineer to come in and do the inspections.
Because I think most of the board is, I'm not speaking for the board, but I'll speak on my opinion is, I think we're trying to do it right the first time. So let's just say, for instance, we were looking for a Cadillac and all of a sudden we got something different out there, like, man, you know, but they might say, hey, well, we submitted this, you guys approved it.
Right.
And nobody on the board really knew about it, because we thought, you know, hey, this is what the spec is.
Right.
It's gonna be an outstanding pump station
Yeah.
or whatever.
You know, obviously, you only have a meeting once a month.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
Unless, you know, you guys want to get emails on, you know, what's been approved and all this kind of stuff.
I just like to make sure, I think most people on the board, I'm not speaking on behalf of, but I just like to make sure is, if this is our spec,
Sure.
that's what we are expecting.
Right.
But I know how,
And-
we've done a few things, and it's like, hey, by the way, it was supposed to be a Goulds, then we ended up with something because of the lead time. Hey,
Right.
by the way, that's a 52-week lead time item.
Exactly.
But this one's right on the shelf, and I'll give you $5,000 credit to put this one in.
Right.
And so those are the kind of things I've seen happen in the industry. I don't know if the board wants to go down that route.
And you could have them specify something and no substitutes,
Yes, you can.
you know.
The system will be equal or better than
Right.
we propose,
Equal, right.
not because of the pricing, keep that in mind.
Agreed.
In a job like this, or a project like this, going back to inspection, designer cannot inspect their own job. So we need to have a third company doing that.
Right, independent.
Independent, correct. Never,
Makes sense.
never, use the same designer to do that.
Right.
And of course, they need to approve that submittals.
And let me ask you this question, I know you got something to say, will the engineer of record agree to that? Because some designers won't agree to that. Some say, hey, if you want me to stand behind my seal, my product, I need to make sure that, that we have somebody from our team checking this out.
Yeah.
I've dealt with that as well.
No, yeah, and it's a good point, because, if there is a change, or it doesn't match up,
Correct.
then, you would have to go back to the engineer of record, and get his opinion on that. So, because, again, the guy that you hired to inspect it didn't design it. So it's a conundrum you get into, do I, because if the guy who's inspecting it designed it, then he can go ahead and sign off on it and say, it's, I designed it and it's gonna operate as I intended. Whereas a third party may not be able to sign off on it without going back to the design engineer and presenting the thing to him and say, is this gonna operate? These are the options that I have found, let's say we weren't able to get this pump or, whatever. Is this going to work as well as what you have designed?
But when it comes down to the pump, it's the contractor to make that decision. Hey, we can't get this pump, we're gonna do with it. It has nothing to do with the installation company. I go back to the EOR, and he to be the one checking that and agree on that, and then whoever the inspection is gonna inspect whatever's been approved to do that. So,
We'd be able to make recommendations to stay away from like final tier 4s and try to go something that doesn't have regen on it. So like our pump station 7 and 8, they're just pull behind units, but you gotta keep the wheels in there, the tank that it came with, and because that's a pretty big ticket item.
Right.
If we could get that down and go to something that's not has anything that takes regen,
Right.
that's something that I've really pushed for a lot. And then the other thing too is on the weekend, if you're gonna be working on the weekend, that's when you really need an inspector out there, because that's whenever everything's gonna happen.
Sure. So what I'll say is, they're working for you, and if you tell them this is what I want, as long as it, just like with me, when I'm doing if somebody tells me they want something, as long as it's,
We can dictate the hours. We can dictate the working hours. And if they want to work on a Saturday or Sunday, we can say yay or nay. Or like I would say something like, okay, we'll let you do Saturday or Sunday, but what kind of work are you doing? Are you just cleaning up your area? Right, something simple, no problem. But like for instance, if you're doing something mechanically setting a pump and the inspector needs it, like, so it's up to how our discretion. What we say, hey, our working hours are from 8 to 5. But a lot of times they'll counter that, hey, we want to be there sun up to sundown. And, or we say, you need to give us 48-hour notice if you plan on working outside of your schedule.
And if we did some way before it gets signed off, if there's a way that we can do some type of flow test on it to make sure that it's actually going to pump what it's supposed to. That's one of the things that a lot of these pumps, they get installed, but there's never a flow test done to them, and then down the road they end up finding out that they're not flowing what they're supposed to.
And I won't say I'm an expert at that, but when I was at US Sugar, I probably tested 120 pumps. And I do that now. I have the ultrasonic flow meters and all that stuff. So, again, I'm not for myself, but if you want me to do this, I'm happy to do it.
And the reason I say is because whenever pump station 7 and 8 was put in, whenever we turned it on, it was below a half a pipe. And I mean, we had it screaming, and I mean, we went from 1300, 14, 15, all the way up to 18, and nothing really changed. And then what ended up happening was that all the sediment from the project ended up down in the well housings, so it restricted a lot of it. So they had to get down in there, they tried to clean some of it, and it never got resolved. And maybe today is probably still, I'm assuming it probably still has the same issue. But that's why I was real big into flow testing all these pumps to see where they're at.
Steve,
they can put that in the specifications. It has to be flow tested first.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be at least around about what it predicted out to be at.
One more question for me, and we'll move forward if the other board members don't have anything to say as well, is what about the payouts on this? How does the payouts work?
So typically, you would, whoever's doing the inspection would have to approve the payout, you know, because they're gonna be out there and say, hey, I did, you know, half a mile road, well, no, you didn't, you're only at quarter mile, you know, or whatever. So, you know, whoever's doing the inspection would have to sign off on it.
Okay.
Sales.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm saying anything you disagree with.
No, just to add, maybe to make it easier, Mr. Chair, for the board, at the end of this, what the board will be voting on is awarding the contract to the selected engineer. And then we go into contract, and we'll put together a contract document. And I would think that, Mr. Chair, you would be authorized to execute that document whenever we get it figured out, even if it's before the next meeting. That's part one. Part two is, that is what will lead to subsequent selection and contracting for the actual work. Sure.
Okay.
So we're not in a bad place in terms of being able to stay ahead of it. And pick literally whatever thing you want to put in the ultimate contract, we'll put it in, you know, and see if it flies.
And with this designer, Mr. Dobbs, do they have the time to make this happen? Because we've gone into contracts with designers,
Right.
and they said, okay, you have us, but I don't have the manpower right now because we're doing this, this, and this in the area. So if we go into contract with them, can they meet this need that we need?
Here's what I'll tell you. If you find somebody who can sit there and tell you, I don't have anything else going on, probably don't want to hire them.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
these are bigger, some are bigger firms.
Sure.
That, you know, have resources that, you know, they're gonna be able to make it happen.
In a reasonable time.
Reasonable amount of time.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Right,
no,
yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. But a lot of times, I don't want to go into contract and then it's like, hey, by the way, we're a year and a half out.
And we'll get them in here and we'll say, you know, give us a schedule. You know, not just a proposal, but, you know, when do you plan on submitting to the water manager?
Okay.
When do you plan on, you know, having your construction documents done?
Okay. Any other board member questions?
Just got a quick question. So the money for this is ready to go, it's available, I mean, or is this something we have to fork out ourselves and then?
No, it wouldn't be, it's not a reimbursement, correct, is it? That's, right, so.
They awarded us, excuse me, they awarded us the money. They awarded us the money, we don't have it physically. We do have to submit in the work, yeah, everything as, like right now they gave for the engineering part.
Sure.
And all the proposals, that's where, this is the process right now, so once you guys approve this, now we have to come back and give it to Ovid, and they're gonna put that together for us and send it off.
So, great question that Mr. Cortez said, so the board is on the same page. Do we have to go and get a loan for this project, or as the contractor bills us and the designer bills us, they have to wait for the grant money to come in to reimburse that pay, or do we have to go get a loan to secure that?
Okay. Our contract will state that we process applications for payment contingent on getting our own reimbursement.
Understand.
That's standard.
Okay.
So we won't be on the hook to pay out of pocket.
Understood.
It'll be that the engineering consultant knows about this and they know how to apply. I would almost say, you know, maybe make them do the work to do the applications for payment. We'll talk about that. So,
Sure.
but
Okay.
no, we won't be working on it.
What do we have left of the grant? After they took out their part?
Oh, they're,
administration.
Ovid?
No.
The county?
For the grant. Yeah.
No, the county's
She's talking
different.
about different.
No.
Oh, you're talking about the 4 million.
No, this is what we're talking about right now, is the $4 million grant, ours.
Oh, thank God.
This is not about the county.
Wait,
The county.
side question. Where are we with that?
Hold on, let's finish this first.
This, the reason why we're moving forward with this one is because it's ours. So we have control of it.
And we're on the clock.
And we're on the clock, so, and right now, we're finally at this process for, and again, if I'm not wrong, the engineer had to put a proposal, and that's what these are for the permitting and everything that we need. So that's why, you know, but we have that.
Put it out.
What was the
But it's
design?
ours.
We don't have any other questions. Do we have a motion on the floor to go with the design there? I think it's Culpepper?
Correct.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Aye.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Becky, I guess this is on you. Logo, Central County.
Yes. This was, Mr. Santiago was the one that, was awarded the task of looking at new logos for Central County. And these are them.
Is this from all the land clearing? That's, is the land empty?
Listen, I drove around, I scoured the internet for different, areas like ours to see what we can use, and then over time, if we turn into a town or whatever we do, the logo can integrate into it. A lot of people here, you know, they love their agriculture.
Sure.
I love it, and one of the things that stood out to me was the people who own horses here that ride their horses all around. So I thought to incorporate a horse into our logo.
I think that's cool.
And then the tree of life. But
Is
I
that
think,
what that is?
yeah,
All right.
yeah. And I think if you drive down, and I think if you drive down 833, you see all of
That looks
the
like
different.
Canal 13 area, doesn't it?
Right. You'll see the different community aspects of the photo. And I think the first logo really symbolizes to me the free reign of Montura for you to farm and do what you want to do. The second logo is similar. The only thing that changed, because I was also looking, we can change our charter name. Which I want to get away from the Central County thing and put it as Montura Ranch Estates Water Control District. So it's more intuitive to us here in Montura, because a lot of constituents do get confused when it comes to taxes and confuse us as the county.
That's true.
So if we incorporate Montura Ranch Estates into the logo, and that we're a water control district, that would help us stand out. The third logo is the same thing. It's more to what Hendry County uses now, but to Montura. And then the last one is the Nigeric one. When we put it in, that's what it came up as, so I just added it in there. And that is not the shape of Hendry County. That is actually the shape of Montura. So we got the right shape in there.
Nice.
But yeah, these are the logos I came up with. I think it's time that we get away from this, because we are not Hendry County, we are Montura. And we represent where we live and who we are. And I think it's that pivotal time now.
I appreciate you doing that. Any questions from any board members before we put a motion in? I have a question. If we do something like this, you know how certain cities and certain places in Florida have their own flag? What's the process to do something like that? Just ask me before we do this.
No idea.
No idea. No problem. Gotcha. Okay. Any questions on this?
Get you a flag.
I mean, if we could, I guess, is this something you want to vote on today?
Well, I think he wants to show it to us, but I mean, what does the board think about some of these ideas?
I like number 2, second page.
Why don't we put it out for the community to vote on it?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, good.
Can you have some more? Can you?
What we did was, I had my team, different mentalities.
Sure.
Come up with different logos, and then out of all their different logos, we voted for the top 4 that we think really represents Montura.
So let me ask you this, one on your thought. Can we get 10 and then just have the community vote on it, and then if the community votes on it, that's what we'll go with?
Yeah. Didn't years ago they had a flag? I don't know, after the flag had a horse and lightning and had the clubhouse and something they did a while back. They got the community involved.
You got an opinion on it?
Jesse Nicholas. Can you did a long time.
Can your team bring another 6?
Yeah.
And we'll bring it out to the community, whatever they pick, that would be our name going
Talking
forward.
about horses, on the main, right there in front of the store, did you see the horses are missing on it? Anybody notice that? Because you have the tree and then you have the horse missing?
Yeah.
Y'all notice that?
Yeah.
Okay. The horse?
They took both of them. It's been like that for a little while
I
now.
won't tell you what property they're on.
Okay.
I thought they took them down after they stole the flowers. Yeah, they filled
They filled that in with.
that's what I'm saying, I thought they had taken it down when.
No, we're not about the whole.
No, they left.
Come on, people, take pride in where you live.
So, moving forward, so is the board okay with doing maybe like another 6? And put it out 10 to the community so we can have a new logo going forward?
Yeah, I agree.
You okay with that, Daniel? I know it's a little more work, but you okay with that?
It didn't work, it's already done. I'm
Yeah,
gonna bring
10
you,
more.
I'm gonna bring you what they made, and we go for, there's one that I know no one's gonna like.
That's
but
all
I'll still
right, you'll
bring
be
it.
surprised. So with that being said, Becky, hopefully at the next meeting we'll have something and then, I don't know how soon you can get it out. I don't know if by next meeting we have the community vote on something or pick what they like.
Well, if you send it, if you bring it, then we can actually put it out there.
How do you wanna, how does the board wanna do it?
I'd say use every media outlet as well as posting them at the clubhouse as much as possible. Have maybe a box here and a box at the clubhouse and people put their name and which one they vote on, which one they like. And just make sure you don't do like 10 of them, right? Put it on there. Alright,
We can do that, okay. I'll get them sent to you.
that's okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Moving on with D, discuss and vote on the master plan proposal for the clubhouse.
Yes.
Back at SSU.
Yes, you guys received it, back in December, the master proposal plan. It was a breakdown from, New Lines Engineering. It was for $15,000, that's what they were charging us to put this master plan together for the clubhouse, basically phasing it out and, because we wanted to add AC, we wanted to do this, we wanted to do that, but we don't have the money, we know that as a district. But if we could phase it out in different projects, then we would be able to, and there might be grant funding available for recreation. I know there is. And if we phase it out that way, then we're able to actually apply for these grants for the different phases that we go through. Some of them are from the engineering part, all the way through to completion. So, and because we are in a rural residential farming community, we qualify with high points in a lot of these grants.
Do we need
It's
somebody to look for that money, or how are we gonna get that?
Well, Ovid is the group that we have right now that helped us. And they have a team, and anytime they see stuff like that, they update it, and they'll send it to me.
How fast that, can be accomplished to get those funds?
Well, if let's say it's a $50,000 grant, just an example, and that's only for engineering, that might just cover the full cost. And it's 100% because of how we rank on the grant system.
Now, I have a question. With this proposal, are there gonna be like digital 3D renderings that we can see and show to the community of the project and the phases? Because a lot of constituents are very visual, like myself, we would like to see what phase 1 will look like, phase 2, all the way until completion. Because down the road, once we do get the new website and the app updated, some people are gonna wanna know where the clubhouse, where are we at with it? So is that something that is incorporated into that proposal or no?
That wasn't what I had in mind.
Okay.
I was basically just planning on, giving you a plan of the property and what could be done in the different areas and upgrades that you're proposing.
I think one of the biggest things that we need to figure out is that is the original building from the 70s gonna stay or is it gonna be knocked down? And then the thing is that if we want AC, we want all this stuff, do we have the money to take care of it? Because if not, then we're gonna have to raise taxes. That's something we all have to take into consideration because, there's a facility that I think that the county was gonna give us, supposed to be hurricane proof and all this and that. Then the upkeep of it was gonna be astronomical. We didn't have the money, so we'd have to raise taxes like $200 and even though it's free, but there's still an upkeep. And that's why we need to look at if the facility is still good. Me personally, I think AC in it is not a good thing because you're gonna have to put a drop ceiling in that's gonna take away from all the mahogany, all the wood that's up there. We always looking to put in the big commercial 8-foot fans. You can wire in 3 of them and then open up your window and it's just gonna pull everything out. It's a cheaper option. And we'll probably have more funds left over to do more stuff, but if the...
Are you pro keeping that?
Oh, man, listen, since they opened my eyes, that's all I heard. That's the last monument left in Montero.
Yeah, I would think that'd be wise if we keep that as much as possible.
If we can.
Well,
you
the
know.
thing is if it's,
Against all the safety,
yeah, it's
foundation, the
We
foundation.
can make it, listen, you ain't let me finish.
Okay.
If it stays the code, if we can upkeep it and preserve it, I think it'd be wise. That's the staple of, that's what makes Montero, is that clubhouse. Now, I'm not saying using it for shelter purposes, stuff like
No,
that,
no,
but
no, no.
let's say for instance, we do build a new clubhouse, but that can still be a visitor's place, that, hey, this is the original building.
I like that.
I mean, you just got, because we gotta keep
If you
something
can.
in Montero, I mean, because if it's not safe, so somebody has to tell us that. And if somebody brings it to us, hey, this thing is gonna fall apart, then we have an obligation to do something about it. If it's too costly to fix it,
The pros and cons, so yeah.
then we're gonna have to figure it out. And if we have to knock it down, then you know what? All good things have to come to an end sometimes. Hopefully not. But
But I think from an engineering perspective, even if, let's cross our fingers, we don't, but let's say they say, hey, it has to go, it's not up to code, we can replicate some kind of the overall appeal of it again, but.
Sure.
Okay.
But is he going through inspections already? Does the clubhouse get inspected?
Yeah, anytime the electrical, we had to do electrical, and we had to make an upgrade.
So
Bring it up to
is
code.
anybody aware of anything saying that it's unsafe for people to be in there? Because if it's unsafe, then I mean, why?
Yeah, the foundation, it's cracked.
We see some of this, some stuff, yeah.
But that's just from
And
settlement.
then from what,
Most houses in Florida have cracks in them.
right, but what I'm saying is this building is old.
I think it's built
That's,
right.
that's what's
And-
awesome.
And
That's 1970.
That's what's awesome.
That's 1970.
Let me ask you.
I think everything I'm gonna say is gonna come as against it.
No, it's not, I'm not
I'm
against
just
it.
saying, you know, we had problems with the septic thing and then them
That has nothing to
saying,
do with the business, that has nothing to do with building septic. They have a lift station out there.
hey, look, if we can build around it and still keep it, I'm pro keeping it. If they say we can't, hey, we can't, but let's try to replicate the overall look of it to keep it.
We can tidy it up.
Historic.
We can tidy it up, but go ahead, you had a question.
This question for Mr. Dog, is that building qualified for 30, 40 years, so I mean, for its certificate, you know, inspection? Is that building, is qualified for like 30 years inspection?
I am not a building person. I do not know.
I think so.
I'll find out, okay.
Yes, I think that building is qualified for that kind of inspection. And yes, when we go down to safety, especially on the electrical, it's a lot of violations there. A lot of them.
Well, we did
the panel upgrade.
We did upgrade and
Beside that,
it passed inspections.
the closet behind the bathroom, between the bathroom, the storage there. Have you looked at that?
And the mints, you're talking about the reference to the men's restroom?
Both, there's a closet in the back, between the two
Back in the
bathrooms.
showers,
The
yeah.
Or the shower.
Yeah.
That, I mean, if you didn't update it or clean that up, it's a disaster. The panel that you have by the one by, the last one on the,
On the right-hand side when you walk in the clubhouse, on the right side?
no, really on the left-hand side. There's a panel about 4 inches from the ground. The last time I opened that cover, it was missing the KO seals on the panel. Okay, it's not, I mean, I'm glad to do a walkthrough with you guys on that regard, because I see a lot of stuff there that's unsafe.
But are they being costly fixed, or they're just updating that has to be done, that's not gonna be too costly?
It's that expensive, put it this way, to fix it. It's not too much money involved to fix that.
And it should be done,
It
right?
should be done.
Yeah.
Okay,
It should be done. It's not, but need to be looked at it and put it, because we can't let that clubhouse, go down,
Agreed.
down the drain. I think it's gonna stand for many more years.
The master plan proposal, excuse me, I had to use the restroom, is there a price associated with this?
It was 15,000.
We don't have a line item for.
Is it in our- Is it in our budget?
That's exactly what happened.
Capital outlay, recreation.
Their capital outlay for recreational, yes.
You would be pulling it from that budget,
That's where we would pull it from, yes.
but we didn't,
We didn't budget it for this year, no, sir.
$80,000 budget. capital outlay on clubhouse.
So what we can do this year, if the board is in agreement with it, is we just use the funds that we raised for the golf tournament, put to this master plan. That's one option. That's free money.
We still got properties we gotta get rid of. So
Yeah,
we still got money
properties.
floating around that we gotta
Yeah.
get to, so. And then we can put that, like I said, get back to our roots.
If you guys wanna do this, have a master plan and then tackle it in phases, because it would have to be tackled in phases. There's no way we can come out of pocket one time. We'd have to, as you said, we'd have to raise up the money.
And like I said before, I was asking for this because if we can get with Ovid for the engineering part,
Gotcha.
you know what I'm saying? So if it's a go, then I will get with them, and then this way, anything that has to do with the plan, with the engineering process, we can try to obtain it through there.
So even the engineering process?
Yes, there's some from, yeah,
Under the
yeah.
grant.
Especially because we're rural residential farming,
Oh, there you go.
that is one of the biggest things, especially for our communities.
Things tax coming from there.
Yes.
So I think if that's the case, then, I mean, if we make it exclusive to only that and we avoid using our funds, you know, because if we just look at it on our funds, I would like to wait a few months just to see how we're doing financially, honestly, because it's.
We have a
15,000
meeting, I think tomorrow with Ovid, or next Tuesday, I think it is. Which we can run it by them and, you know, say this and we got a master plan, you know, what do you guys think? You know, we were talking about all the upgrades and all the upkeeps at the clubhouse that one time. And so we were like, okay, well, instead of doing the dog park and doing the exercise thing over here and that and making it, instead of making it a sports complex. And right now we have like people that want to do the soccer league for our community for the kids. We have the tennis as well, you know, to be able to implement all of this, it does take money. So with the master plan, if we can integrate all of this onto the property,
Sure.
it would be great, you know, but we would need something, where to start, how we're gonna start. And since we didn't have that, that's what this master plan is about. Again, next Wednesday, okay.
Let's definitely get the pool in, because even if the clubhouse, let's say not too much gets put into it, most people don't spend too much time in the clubhouse.
Sure.
Everything's outside, you know, because that pool needed to be redone many years ago, and that's kind of like one of the main things for that basketball court itself. So we could put more funds towards that and go to better use than the clubhouse. We'll figure it out as we go, and first make sure that it is that we could salvage it. It is worth it, but if they say that it's skeleton and it's not no good, then you know we have to chase big money. That can be a big project, a lot of money.
Can we do, will the board be opposed to doing a fundraiser idea of $1,000 for a banner on the fence line to raise the money for the engineering?
So what you're saying is like promoting businesses
Yeah.
on the fence line?
On the
and-
fence line of the property.
I-
It's free advertisement for the,
Any,
you know,
any
for the
creative thing
year.
that we can bring funds
There's
to.
$1,000 a banner, you put it up there, and that $1,000 goes towards the engineering. All we need is 15, and we get, you know, we're gonna get more than that. What do you guys are opposed, against
If
it?
we could do it.
They can bring the 2 horses back. No, I think that's a great idea. I think that's a very creative idea. Anybody opposed to something like that?
I think if it's grant or fundraiser, I'm good with that, as long as we're not touching the.
Budget?
Yeah, if we don't have a line item, and I'd rather kind of, like even the golf tournament stuff, I'd rather kind of wait a few months to see how we do financially.
Okay. I'm cool with that. Anybody in disagreement with what Santiago's trying to do? All right. But it just has to be, it can't be over the top, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It has to be PG.
Yeah.
I'm not being serious.
No, I
That will put
understand.
a banner like, hey, that's not what we expected to
Yeah.
go on there. You know, it has to be, you know. How about it has to be approved by the board before it gets approved?
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, let's put it that way.
Are we gonna approve it by just emailing it to you, to each bidder?
As long as they have a
You guys
sketch
are
and a
not, then we
picture or
have to wait
something like
another
that.
month
Yeah.
for the meeting. So
I don't have any, Stephen, is there any issue with that? Get the email to the board?
No.
There you go.
But it's individual, so you guys will answer individually back.
But we want to see, hey, this is what it's gonna be. This is actually what we're okay, we put our 2 cents, but I'm good with that. Moving on. The discuss and vote project for swales and what area to commence.
That's what we were talking about earlier, when you guys are setting goals, so it falls into that, so.
I think you can reach out, in my opinion, I'll let the board speak on it as well. Mr. Dobbs, if you can give us the board some recommendations, where you think we should start, because I know everybody in Montrose says, hey, you need to start down my road, right? But you, I would say as the board, I would think, you pick that problematic area. I think Mr. Self already made a great recommendation to start in the Woodland area, being that it's the place that usually flooding starts to begin with.
Right.
We address that, and then when the rainy season does approach, either this year or next year, we'll know if those improvements, what impact those improvements have done.
Do we have anything from AIM Engineering or any of the prior surveyors, anybody that did any surveying for us to see, any of the elevations out here?
I received whatever Rock gave, John, and that's all I have. And then I have that book from Ames from before.
Yeah.
And I've been looking for the elevations in the sense of, we have elevations on the culverts that run underneath, but we don't have it on the actual, for Canal 13. I don't have those elevations.
Yeah, 'cause that's so long ago.
Yeah. You see, and I mean,
Has anybody went back to resurvey the road to make sure that all the surveys are correct and all the elevations are
well, I
correct?
had Mr. Perez Engineering, Ernie.
Ernie, yeah.
Yeah, I asked him if he would, cause he helped us also with, the other information on the elevations that we've done with, my goodness.
Who did the control points? Was that Ernie that did control points, or was it,
No, Bennett.
Bennett did the control
Yeah.
points?
Yeah, on perimeter,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But on this, Becky, I don't think we need to vote. I think pretty much, I could be wrong, but I think the board's pretty much in agreement that we started in that, commencing that Woodland area.
Okay.
Please reach out to Mr. Dobbs and then just keep us updated, hey, how this is gonna work. And I would probably say, put out in the bulletin as well as maybe some pamphlets to that community on that side. Hey, by the way, we're gonna start in this area. You might feel some inconveniences, but I know it's long overdue, but we plan on, starting in this area. Because I'm pretty sure all of us gonna get calls, right?
Yeah.
What's going on? Why is my road messed up? Why is this happening? But hey, just give them a heads up, this is happening in our area, and hopefully I think it's a good thing to do.
I think this is a good start, and I think if we can also kind of go down the line and kind of just start hitting all the swells that we need to do, is just prioritize. If we can get something maybe next month or the month after, like here's the priority list, and because I mean, at least in my opinion, if you're the expert, if this is the priority based on severity, I think I would be good with that.
What I was gonna recommend is, I don't know if you could dedicate a worker to it, it's just a recommendation, that if you could go out and, you're gonna have to use the laser, but just go down a road, and if there's 5 culverts, check it, and every 100 foot you can go down to 10, and if you see that culvert's buried, you already kind of see that it's gonna be in need of having to be excavated out and more or less and it's kind of a quick way, you just go road by road, and I mean, you're just gonna shoot the edge of the road, you're gonna go down, and just start taking elevations, just say, okay, horsepower will lead us 5, and start figuring it out. And it'll be kind of like a quick reference without having to really get into surveying and get elevations. That's just a recommendation that I mean, because that's something we did, and it was pretty quick.
Sure.
And save a lot of time, and then you pretty much get your hot spots you got 5 culverts that are pretty much 3/4 under. But I see a lot of new culverts going in, and you can't even see the top, they're basically buried. So that tells you right there that there's a swell issue as far as elevation.
So I think we're good with that. Becky, right? Let's speak on this canal that runs behind the levee.
Yes.
Straighten out back to its original flow. Can you shed
That's
some light on that?
Oh, the inner canal?
Yes, the inner canal.
Is there anything that's happening different now than years ago?
No. What you guys had excavated,
Yeah.
what you guys had excavated, you had brought it up before in the meetings, and we've talked about it, for the last, year and a half, going on 2 years now, right? About, the initial, the reason why it was done, correct me if I'm wrong, was so that people wouldn't go into,
Up on top of the levee.
on top of the levee into the reservoir. And so that's why it was excavated. And what we find is that, well, at least the guys and us as we're running pumps, the water sits behind the levee. So you have water on this side and you have water on that side, which it should actually flow into the reservoir, what it's, the initial design was.
Yes.
And,
So it was modified a little bit.
I'm sorry?
It was modified a little bit.
No, a lot.
So now instead of going sheet flowing to the reservoir, it has to go north.
And then it travels all the way through the back, all the way over into.
That congested area right there where 9, 10,
Yeah.
7, and 8.
Yeah, because originally, if you look at the water control plan to the way it's permitted, was that once you pump, it's supposed to sheet flow and it goes out to the back structure, but since that inner canal was done, it doesn't, there's no, so as far as like nitrogen, phosphorus and stuff, there's no ground contact with the water. So if that back gate's open, all that water goes into the reservoir, goes directly out, never makes ground contact. And that's not what you want the water to do. We do have an obligation to clean the water.
Yeah, it has to meet the water pipe quality criteria. is correct.
Yeah, and then it falls within, it's, we have to do it, it's
Sure.
an obligation we have to.
Right.
And now the thing is, are you gonna pull it in? Because the thing is, remember all that dirt that was sold? That was from there.
All of it? There's quite a bit there. I've been out there.
There's still, there's still
quite a bit in there.
on the,
Right.
the only one that we did was where we fixed the,
Right.
the inside of the levee
Yeah.
to where we could get in there to mow. That's what we cleaned. We never went on the side where all of that material's still up there.
Yeah, because what ended up happening is that whenever that was dug, a lot of the spoil piles was thrown into the reservoir. So what it did, it built a berm.
Yes, sir.
So once you pump, it doesn't sheet flow across.
Correct.
And even if there is a cut, it's still channeling. And then what happens is that whenever all the dirt that was cut out and sold, what you're doing now is that water, once you pump it out, it's gonna hit the edge of the levee and it starts undermining it. And what it's supposed to do is roll down into the reservoir. But now there's literally a canal there, so over time, it's gonna slowly start making its way into the lowest spot. That's why I brought up the thing years ago about the material being sold, that's supposed to be left there, what's in the river is supposed to be put back, and then it's supposed to be sloped to what the original asphalt was, but all that was excavated out and sold.
Well, not all of it.
So
A lot of it was.
So what's the plan to get,
Yeah.
if this is done, what's the plan on getting the water out of that canal that's already existing?
Well,
Just pull in whatever's in the reservoir.
from where that berm is, that is leading into the reservoir, put that back, starting from where the levee is.
So are you gonna pump what's in that canal right now, that inner canal, pump it into the reservoir and let it sheet flow, or are we going to excavate it and start like a trench, or?
So the easiest thing to do is where that channel is to take some of the material, make plugs and just let the water sheet flow and then give it a way out. Because you don't want it to just straight run. What it's gonna do is gonna start eroding it out like what it's been doing over here. So you're gonna have to make it like little small increments of stops and sheet flow, stop and sheet flow.
Gotcha.
But it depends how much material's still within the reservoir and then pulling it in and, it's gonna be one of the things that once it's done, we're gonna know what we have.
Sure.
Yeah.
And does this include, because I walked a while back on number 1 and I seen a lot of dirt back
Yeah.
there.
It's still there.
So, because the original canal is supposed to run from 9 and 10 all the way around, because you have your feeder
Sure.
canal, so where it sheet flows, it'll sheet flow off into that feeder canal, back into the gate.
Right.
But everything from 1 and 2 back this way, all the way to 9 and 10, all that was supposed to be covered up.
Yeah.
Because whenever the first company came in and did 1 and 2,
Right.
we dug all that out and burned that up. And have restricted water and so forth, but all that has to get knocked back in.
Absolutely.
And then, yeah,
So it's a pretty extensive project, if I'm not mistaken, when it's all said and done.
yeah.
This is not overnight.
We might have to rent a long stick if we get a long stick, and if that bank is still structurally sound and it's not gonna collapse in, grab it and pull it in. And, I know from 1 and 2 all the way back to here, there's plenty of material. Now, once you start going where it was excavated out and sold, then that's lost material, so it's gonna be whatever's there.
Yeah, but if you put ditch blocks in, then, that, you're right, that area's gonna hold that water, but it, as you pump in, it's gonna replace that water and then it'll sheet flow out.
Yeah,
So-
it's just giving it outlets,
Yeah.
just giving tons of them and then make little plugs out. But it
Yeah.
could get done, I mean, there's still enough material in many places to get
Right.
it done.
Right.
Mr. Dobbs, do you see any benefits of us doing this? And if there is, what will be the benefits and what will be the cons?
Well, the benefit is, like I say, so what the water management district would do, they would come in and they would say, you're short circuiting the water management plant, okay? And what that means is, so what the plan is you pump it into this above ground impoundment, the water goes, rises up, gets treated as it goes across the land.
Sure.
And then, goes out. What you're doing now is you're sending it right to the
Yeah.
structure,
Right.
on the outside, and it's like, there's no, it's the same thing they did when they channelized the Kissimmee River.
Yes.
It used to take 3 months.
Yes.
To get from Orlando to the bay, and
Yeah,
now it's
yeah.
like 2 weeks,
Yeah.
So,
They straightened it out.
Yeah, because
that's right.
what's gonna happen is, I know that the district's overlooked it many times and they said there's not an issue, but it kinda is, because it's not within the plans for that to be there.
Sure.
And what happens is if, water management changes all the time politically and stuff, and then once they scrap everybody, and if you get somebody in there that really pays attention to detail, that is a very huge problem that was created many years ago from prior manager. And that's why it's something that we need to take care of, because the day somebody really wants to, nail us for it, we could get nailed pretty hard for it, because it goes completely against the permit.
I agree with you. So do you think, Mr. Dobbs, would this help also when it comes to those, when those times that we get inundated with water?
I don't think it's.
So as far as levels?
Yeah, I'll touch on that.
Go ahead.
So what ends up happening is that since it's burned up, them pumps are pushing against the water already. Instead of a sheet flowing out, what it's doing is kind of like bottlenecked in there. So it's just pushing.
Pumping against
Yeah.
higher head.
And then that's why the pipe most of the time is underwater.
Right.
And then you start hearing it trying to backfeed you, and it doesn't backfeed a lot, but once you knock all that down, it's gonna sheet flow, and then it's gonna take its natural path that it was designed to go through.
Right.
So it'll keep the pumps from working hard enough if they need to.
So we preserve something? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So even if we started with, like I was suggesting, at each pump, just to kind of block it off, like you said, to open it up and let it sheet flow in.
Yeah. Because the best thing to do, there's two different ways you could do it. If you're not gonna fill it all the way in, you could go down and make a couple cuts, just so then what the water does, that it once you pump it into that little canal, it goes down, it hits that little block, and then it goes out. Instead of it running. So you're trying to stop it from going many directions it's not supposed to do.
Sure.
The right thing for us to do is to pull it all back in, even though if it's gonna be low. Within time, it's gonna make its own way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what it is, to knock that berm down. Because within time, what's gonna happen is it's gonna push a lot of that stuff back into the wetlands, and we don't want that either. So, I would really much suggest just pulling everything back in, get yourself, we have to rent a long stick, get in there, pull it back into the.
Or a dozer, right? Or a dozer?
It's gonna be hard.
Is it?
Yeah, it's gonna be super hard.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because
And
there's.
I guess that this would have to be done probably during dry season, I would assume?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? During wet season.
Now would be a good time.
Just,
Any other questions from the board?
And the only thing I will say is that if you do go in there, there's a lot of Kogan grass, and all your equipment you put in there, if it's got Kogan grass on it, you want to get it off, because I don't know if you see what Kogan grass is, one of the most invasive plants that are around in Florida now. They're on almost every highway, and it's super hard to kill. Yeah, I know you got on the levee right over here, but once your equipment gets in it, make sure you get all that stuff off, because not, you're gonna start spreading it all over, and then once that hits the whole entire reservoir, it's gonna be a disaster.
So can you, thank you for that. Can you, give us like a sample of what this will look like here in the next few days? And I guess individually, we can go out there personally and say, hey, by the way, show me how this thing's gonna work, and we can look at it, put our eyes on it. Because it might be a great idea, and then like, I didn't think about that, or I didn't think about this, that, and the other. Because to make it run like it probably did back in the day might be hard, because there's other things in the way that we didn't know about. But I'd like to see how it would sheet flow, instead of us keep going down. Or if you guys are okay with that, I don't mind either way. I'd like to see, I don't want to have that aha moment when it's all over, and then you come back and say, hey, by the way, we did this, but now we have to do such and such.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal, because whatever was naturally already there, the only thing we did is that we ended up just making a canal, and we're just gonna only push back in what used to be there.
So in that one area, I think it's pump 5,
where you go through?
Yes, ma'am. That pump 5, there's a canal in that area, right? So I'm assuming that water coming from that pump station is gonna probably go into that pond or canal, whatever that is inside
There's
there.
some wetlands off to the,
Right.
if I'm not on the
Yeah.
left-hand side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where, you talking about going into the rock pit?
Yeah.
Where there used to be that mound, that big
Yeah,
old
there's a
mound
mound
back
that
there.
you go shooting back there.
Yeah, because years ago, so the only reason that there's a pipe there now was because there's a canal put in. So then that wanted a pipe. But before, you could just drive off anywhere down that levee into the rock pit.
Okay.
So once it gets filled in, that pipe would end up leaving, because that's the only reason that was put there.
Okay.
Yeah, because if not, it would have just been part of the levee that just, it would have just sloped its way back down into the reservoir. Yeah, so that would have to come out.
So I have a question. So filling in that inner canal means we're displacing a lot of water that for years.
Still been, sorry, it's just making it go in its original direction instead of going that way.
It won't affect any of our citizens or any
No.
No, if anything, it's right now what it's doing, it's affecting the integrity of our levee. Because you don't want water running alongside your levee, because what it's gonna do is gonna undermine it, and then it's gonna slowly always go back to the lowest point. So at some point, if you had a 20-foot right of way, it's gonna go from 20 to 15, and then, you know. And
So what he's saying is the water's gonna come away from the community and head sheet flow back to the outfit.
yeah, because where it builds up, where it builds up the highest is around that berm, then it goes out. But once you knock that out, once you pump, it's already trying to sheet flow towards that structure in the back.
And to be honest with you, I don't think we need a motion. Is the board in agreement so she can move forward and the team to move forward? And just like we talked about earlier, keep us informed where you're at with this project. Because this is another project that's gonna take away from other things.
Yeah, so I'm all for it. I think it makes sense. My only thing would be, you know, if we can kind of keep an eye on the because this is going to be internal, so keep an eye on the overtime. Because I would like to see that, you know, I don't want it to turn where we're just wide open. You know what I mean? I don't think we've seen any money come in yet for a lot of that overtime we've accumulated. So I think if we can kind of.
It's on the fourth signature, so I'm just waiting.
So what I was gonna say about
The
this,
inspections that are coming through, so.
as far as like prioritizing it, if they wanna just get, so as long as your discharge has direct outflow.
Sure.
If that's something they just wanna
Yeah.
knock out, so where at least we know it's going into the reservoir, and then in phases.
That's what I was
probably-
asking, that was my thing.
Okay.
Just where the pumps are, where the pump it,
Right.
just kind of fix it and do what you guys said, block it off, and then just make it sheet pull straight through.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just for this
now.
season, now,
Later on, you can.
because that's why I said it would take a certain amount of days on my email.
Sure.
It wasn't thinking of anything else, just kind of help us during this wet season.
Yeah.
And then continue, you know,
Yeah.
what we can,
And
you
that little
know?
berm will kind of help you, because it'll kind of stop the water from wanting to recirculate back into the canal. So
Absolutely.
those kind of berm and still try to entice it to go
To
back
move
out
it.
to the main structure.
Yep.
So that's
Make its new path.
correct. And so that's all I was asking,
Yeah.
because I did have Steve come out, because we were kind of playing and, not playing, but like test running it to see, and because you guys had spoken about it, and we were like, yeah, we need to get that done. So I had Mr. Dobbs come out, and we kind of test run one, and I wanted to show you guys exactly what you guys said, same thing, and, you know, but only there, not everywhere else,
It's like a
because of course, like
7
you
it
said.
goes, because you see pump station 7 how it goes, and then it just turns that curve.
Correct.
So you knock that out, and it goes straight to the reservoir.
Okay, so you will see a picture of it, of
Yeah, I
what
was
we
gonna
did.
say, make
Yes.
sure we have plenty of photos.
Yes, and you'll see.
Play that if you would without the music, if you would,
Yeah,
Jose. And you play that without the music as well, so we can see. Any other questions? And I don't think you need an approval from us. I think the board, I mean the vote, we're good with that.
this is just a 4-minute video of,
No, can we turn the
Yeah.
music down while it's playing?
there you go.
Thank you. We're gonna keep moving on with that one.
That's fine. It's
Discuss
towards the end, so you'll see it first.
Discuss and vote foreman/supervisor position. Becky?
Yes, instead of doing an assistant, district manager position, I was requesting to, it was done before, I guess, back in the day, they had a foreman, supervisor, out in the field with the guys. And right now, like I stated, I tend to do the same thing I've been doing, is just, you know, being out on the field. I do go out on the field, guys, but having someone out there, you know, assisting, it will take a lot for me, and they can, you know, on our day-to-day and what we do.
So is this, go ahead, I'll let you finish.
So I was just trying to hire within, because I have great men that I know that, you know, like they do it in the government entities. You have to have worked at, let's just say, child support for 3 years before you can apply for this position.
Yeah.
You know, something like that, you know.
I believe, I could be wrong, I believe you have to put that out. I think you can just say, hey, we're gonna hire from within.
Well, no. That's why I was asking if it's okay with the board, because of course I have to advertise it, but it would be in-house.
Question,
Because you, again, if you go on all the government entities, it's only for senior staff. You had to have been senior staff, because,
So is this a new position they wanna open? Because what I'm saying is like,
Well-
let's say you're gonna put somebody as a foreman, would that vacate another position, or they're gonna just?
It would have to, because it should plan on being within that person.
Well, that's what I said, they're
Well-
gonna, if there's like a heavy equipment operator, you know,
Hey,
foreman,
exactly.
now they have a new job title, they're not heavy equipment operator no more.
Right.
That's what I'm just trying to figure out, like, is this foreman just like, you know, like at the clubhouse, you wanted a foreman supervisor, but
Yeah.
they're still gonna be a worker.
Correct.
It wasn't gonna really create another position. Somebody
it's
was
not,
gonna-
it wasn't to create another
Right,
position.
so that's what I wonder, is this the same or is this
It's the
totally
same.
different?
No, same.
So,
So,
okay, so
you'll still be a worker.
piggybacking on what Mr. Self's saying.
Alright.
So if you take a person, let's just say for instance, if you take a person from the field to be a supervisor, now that person's primary, he or she,
My
primary
correction.
job.
My correction. Instead of having an assistant district manager,
Yep.
which that was a position that was created
Correct.
when I came on board after the fact, because it was only me and Emilio.
Sure.
So, that's when we added another staff, where Emilio was just always out in the field and I was in the office.
Okay.
So if I do have a foreman or supervisor, it would be solely for that, you're correct. So then that position will, instead of being an assistant district manager, it'll just be maybe another equipment operator position that I would need.
So that
That person that's
that
currently
person would
working,
move up into a different position. and
Correct.
That person's old position would need to be backfilled.
correct,
So,
which would be at a lower
Yeah,
pay
so-
rate.
Yeah, so open up another position.
Yeah, but at a
when-
lower pay rate.
when you moved up to, you know, you were doing the temporary manager, no one replaced the assistant manager?
No,
you
sir,
didn't-
they kept it closed
So it's just
until,
empty?
yes,
Okay.
until we decided what the what the district was gonna,
question for you, Becky.
yes, sir.
We just came up with the Indeed, I got it right here, district manager for here.
It's still open.
Oh, it's open?
It was left open,
Did he got reposted or?
no, that's the same one, that's the same old one.
We
It
just
has
came
to be
up-
closed.
Just get put up about a week ago.
Yeah, no, it's the same one,
But it just came up again
yeah.
a week ago.
It's gonna keep coming
Yeah,
until,
that is, you know.
that's, because,
We have to close it.
yeah,
Yeah,
it has to
there
be
you go.
closed. Mhm.
Okay, but now going back to your request, you're going to have to hire another person then. Because you're gonna have a working foreman or a supervisor, which one's gonna be?
Well, again, my position as assistant district manager was put on hold because I was the interim manager. And so that position was still there. It's just, all I'm asking is for, instead of that, let it be a foreman or a supervisor for the field.
Hold on, sorry.
Oh,
Again, are we gonna eliminate assistant manager and then become,
Yes.
and then have a foreman supervisor?
yes, correct.
A working foreman supervisor?
It
Would be a
would be the
working-
supervisor. Yeah.
Okay. That could be, I think it could be a conflict, having somebody like that, as a former supervisor. My suggestion to the board is to post it as a assistant manager and then see what happens from there. That's my suggestion.
Post an assistant.
Post it, yes. And, you know, as I said, assistant manager.
And so I guess the board would create the job description
Well,
for.
we already have it. I mean, she was doing that before.
But I'm just saying, that doesn't mean we can't adjust the job title and the description.
Correct.
To make it, maybe the verbiage on there, maybe it's not to our liking in 2025, so to speak. But,
They used to have a field foreman mechanic.
sure.
That's how we had it. We had a field foreman mechanic that he still day-to-day operations, but he still had his duties. They gave him a little bit more pay and stuff.
Makes sense.
And that's kind of
But it
something
never
that,
opened another position, because then by the time we're gonna have 20 people here.
well, no, and, but again, that's kind of what I was veering to from what they had in the past. It was a mechanic slash foreman, but not our mechanic has that ability, is all I'm saying.
Right, but if
You
you
know.
like, if you have a field foreman, what would be like the day-to-day task for a field foreman for the whole year?
What's
Well-
the job description?
The job description would be, actually, we would work hand in hand on all our projects. The day-to-day, where the guys are gonna be at, it would be more intel, more informational. Because right now, I do a lot of I've always done the administrative.
Yeah.
So again, it would be more hands-on, and like I said, I do go out in the field, but there's times where, you know what, the guys can call him and he can meet them where they need to be at.
So this person, let me elaborate this. So this person is not gonna be doing admin stuff, it's mostly
Out
outside
in
the
the
fence
field.
line?
Correct.
I'm asking, that's all.
Are they still gonna be out on, so, cause like, whenever I think of like a foreman supervisor, I don't know if it's, so, like for me, for Central County, I think more of somebody that's running the crew on a
Correct.
project
Correct.
and on the site working,
Correct.
not just,
Together.
okay, but
No, no,
not,
no.
not just out all day.
No. It's exactly what you just expressed. Maybe
A
I'm not
working
expressing
foreman, it's
myself.
like a working
Yeah, working
supervisor.
Yeah, a working supervisor.
Working
Yes, sir.
supervisor.
Yes.
Supervision, you got, the person has the title, but it's also
So,
part of the team.
I
Yes.
don't know if you guys remember,
But it's gonna open up another position, so that's what I'm trying to figure out, cause
No.
that's why I asked if,
because a couple of years ago, before he came on the board, when Flacco was here, I told him he needed to have a supervisor for the clubhouse, a supervisor for the outside. He had Becky here in the office because as a district manager, you oversee all operations throughout the district. So she can be pulled, for an example, she can be pulled for the grant. There needs to be someone here in the office and day-to-day operations at the shop, as well as the clubhouse has to keep running. When I had asked the board to create the supervisor position for outside, the board rejected it and said no due to that they don't have it at the clubhouse, nor do they need it here. Over time, we're now seeing that it would be beneficial for us to have that structure plan in place. And yeah, it's creating a new position. I'm a firm believer, I don't think we should get rid of a position just to create another one. I think we as a board need to make what our basically command chart is. You know, it's the people, the board, the district manager, you know, the assistant district manager,
Sure.
and the supervisors for the shop and for the clubhouse, and they all report to her. Because there should be supervisors in these areas. She can't be everywhere all the time. Either can the assistant district manager. So whoever's in charge in these zones or these areas would have detailed understanding. Right now, you're having one chief tell two different places what needs to go on, instead of you reporting to that one person and saying, hey, you're in charge, this is what needs to get done, where are we at with it? And I think we're at that point. You look at any other districts, they don't just have one district manager and a foreman. They do break it up like that for that reason, because as our constituents want transparency, us as a board, if we go to her and say, hey, what has happened outside because you've been gone for training, whoever is in charge has to be willing to report that. But I said this a couple years ago to create those positions, and the board denied it. So
yeah, I remember that, cause I know there's only like 3 workers at the clubhouse, and then they wanted one to supervise 2. Makes no sense.
Well, they have 5 now.
Yeah, well, no, but that's what I'm saying, is that at some point we keep growing, because it goes back to the original thing, is that you wanted to have like a field foreman,
Yeah,
but then,
he works with the team.
right, but then they'll open up another position.
But see, my assistant district
I get that.
position is still open,
I understand that,
and that's all I was stating.
yeah.
You know, you can, it doesn't have to be open, you can just up the pay, like you said, for that person that's already working with us.
And
And then who would be, like, who, so whenever you're not here, who would be the one then running the office and admin and?
Kenny is the one that runs the office, and as you see, that's what I send you guys in my text messages or in an email, that she'll be in the office, basically permits, and whatever, you know, comes up, like for roads and stuff like that.
It should be second in command, because after you.
When it comes to the office, well, and then the one that comes from the field is, I actually have had Jose, and it's on your, you know, if anything, you know, and they communicate with me, you understand?
And they'll
So,
be equal within
correct,
power.
correct, correct.
and there's an issue with that. And I'm just gonna speak
What
from,
do you mean
I'm
by
gonna
equal
speak,
in power? Sorry, I'm confused.
One can't override the other one, because one's office, one's field.
No, we'll straighten that out, so.
That's fine.
We'll
I mean,
correct
I'm just-
that. We can correct that. as a
but
board.
also,
On the
also
individual
to
job.
finish on that, a lot of other entities, they don't put different people to do multiple jobs. They create a new position. We're the only district that if you look up in Florida,
Yeah.
that we have 4 administrative positions under one person. And then all of our financing and all of our budgeting is pushed to one person. We're the only one that do that. All the other districts, you're a finance person, you're an HR person, you're over the office, and that's why we have this problem when it comes to creating positions.
Yeah.
That's why I said if we break that structure, we won't have the mishaps like we did with the district manager going almost a whole year without having one. We would have staff in place so that if anything is to happen, they could pick right back up. Just like the supervisors in each area, if you see that someone's called out sick, you have a supervisor who's gonna fill that in. Now that defaults to the district manager. Just like the office staff, if the office assistant, she's out sick and she has to go to a training, who's gonna cover the office?
So,
So that's why I said in the structure plan, you have the 2 supervisors, you have the assistant district manager, and the positions that are already created now in place so that you have structure. Right now, there's no structure. It's you're running that, you're running this, and you all report to the same person. And when you go to create what's called a progress report, or you wanna know what's really happening, the accountability falls on one person instead of it falling onto you, because you dealt with the day-to-day at the clubhouse. You know exactly what happened. So if I come to you and say, hey Chris, what happened Monday through Friday, you're gonna give me a detailed list. I print it out, put it in my report, and now I know Monday through Friday, everything that happened, just like outside.
Yeah.
And I brought this up a couple years ago, you know, yeah, it's gonna be more money, but we have to be realistic. You know, we are growing, and there is stuff that does have to
Right,
happen.
because the thing is, you gotta take into account, whoever moves up to the foreman position, they're gonna get a pay raise.
have to,
So you gotta.
or a bump somehow.
Right, be sure, look at the budget within our payroll, and then now you're gonna open up another position that you're gonna have to account for within our payroll budget, our line item for that. So the thing is that let's not outgrow our pants, because we're gonna end up with a lot of employees. Remember, that's insurance, there's a lot of stuff that comes with
Benefits.
it. So the thing is like, I'm all for a foreman supervisor, but like for me, I like to see a field foreman that it doesn't open another position. Cause like right now, if you have somebody in mind, they're probably doing it already, I'm assuming.
Dual duties.
Yeah.
Right, so does that take away from their original position a lot? Or is it just a little bit more added to what they're already kind of doing?
It's just adding a little bit more to what they're already
So that's what I'm saying, to open up a whole nother position, it's like it's not needed right now, so it's like,
Let's
let's
try
not.
that for a while.
Yeah, and then if, it's like everything, as Montour grows and stuff, we're gonna need more, but we don't wanna get too far ahead.
Yes,
Because we're gonna end up in a financial problem, and let's just try that, you know, because apparently I guess it's working for you right now.
it is. So I was just asking for permission.
Yeah.
So the only thing I would say that we need to address is, you know, we are like one throat to choke.
Yes, sir.
So a field person in the office, hey, you can't tell me what to do. I would say whoever this person is the one that controls,
Everything.
when you're out, hey, this is the go-to person.
That's
Because I don't want to hear bickering, well, you
I
know,
agree.
somebody told me this, somebody told me that. But again, that's coming from the board.
We should keep the assistant, district manager in place and work toward the next budget year to add that supervisor foreman in the budget.
I'm not against either one.
And of course, whoever you are doing that extra work that you know, guide or coach that person for that.
So the only con towards that, I would say, just being realistic, is that position is going to probably be a lot more than what promoting somebody or doing dual duties. That's all I'm saying.
But we already had in the budget, and before we had a district manager and assistant manager.
You can say it that
So
way.
the money's already there in the budget.
I'm just telling you. So for instance, if
we're over budget right now.
if we open up that.
We're being over budget, that's a different story.
If we open up that position, and let's say, for instance, it is somebody from within, and that person takes that assistant district manager, well, then we have to backfill that person's old position.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's now
So
to compensate it twice.
So I think what you guys are saying is we would not backfill that position, we would add responsibilities to that person and give them some sort of pay bump.
Correct.
So
And possibly try it out for.
I think I would be okay with that, because I think if we can get the right person in it, and I would like to see a box of what your idea of what these
Like
responsibilities
organization.
are. And then
Which I'm
I think with that person, we can probably use, get a little bit more efficiency out there as well.
Yes.
So, and then we can probably clean up some of these issues that we have that, but as long as it's not adding another head count than what we have right now, I think
It was.
I'm willing to try it.
Let me ask you, Becky, since you were filling both positions, when Flaco was here, he was out in the field as the district manager, you were in the office. So right now, if you're the district manager on the field, we need somebody who knows what's going on in the office. Because one thing is dealing with the office, the other thing is dealing with employees out in the field, or with issues, for whatever it is. So that person needs to have that, be capable to define those tasks. And for sure, we gotta make sure whoever is within the group is capable to do that, not because we need it, let's just put it there, no, that's what I see it.
I think what she's trying to do is pitch to us a different approach. Hey, this is, I believe this, and again, I don't want to speak for you, but this is how I see I can be more effective, is I'll take care of the office as well as district manager and, go out and see, but my foreman / supervisor is in charge more of the day-to-day, overseeing the team, making sure that they're getting direction from him or her, and they're reporting back to the district manager. So it's a different approach.
No, I understand that, but let's say for God forbid you get sick and you out for 2 months.
Absolutely, show what's going on.
Who's gonna be running the show?
Well, that's what we just said, that foreman / supervisor.
Yeah, that person needs to be capable to handle that.
Correct.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Correct.
Absolutely.
not a regular, employee that know how to drive the machine or do and go around passing hall. Somebody capable to do office work, dealing with employee, coaching employee. It's a lot of involved in that.
She already said that. She said that Kenya will run the office, and whoever she has as a field foreman will run operations
Yeah, but-
outside.
But you have to understand, so for instance, any job, you can't do all aspects of your job.
Of course.
Exactly, there's no way.
I agree with you.
So again, so what she's trying to do is put these pieces in place that will fit her management style and what she thinks will get the best out of the team. But agree with you, not everybody, and then also we have to give our people opportunity to grow, right? And develop. So with coaching, mentoring, training, hey, this person gets an opportunity to probably move up. He or she might get inspired a little bit, do a little more, maybe do more output because I've been given, a little bump, and you might see something different. But yes, I don't think anybody can do every aspect of paperwork, computer savvy, this, that, and the other. Can it happen? Yes, but with time.
And that decision has to be made by her who she wants to put, whether we think they're qualified, not qualified. That's why we have a manager, that's why she was hired as a manager. She'll be able to make the decision, and then that's gonna go off if everything, she plans it all out right, everything is communicated right, everything should go fine. If it's not, then you know what, then we go back and we address it.
Yes.
Sure, she was still doing what she's doing right now, both y'all.
That's up to her.
Doing that. No, what I'm saying is that to do that. But we need to plan for the future. Okay, we don't have the money, we know, so we need to start creating, that mentality for the board to start working toward that goal.
Yeah, once we get there, we grow here, even though we grow at a fast rate, there's only certain aspects that change, like the mowing, 100 miles is 100 miles. It gets lower. There's gonna come a point that Central County is gonna end up having to adapt to zero turns. At some point,
Sure.
we're not gonna have them big 15-foot batwing mowers out there.
Too many driveways.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's gonna start changing, and then it's a lot of stuff is gonna be more manicuring, some more weed eating,
Right.
and we're gonna start turning into, whenever that gets there.
Sure.
But right now, we don't need, me personally, I don't feel we need another position.
So it's,
Let her, whatever what we need to do is supply her what she needs. Give her the benefit of the doubt. This is what you need, give it to her. If it doesn't work out, then you know what?
I can say it didn't work out, guys.
Yeah, and then, we have probation period, and then, she's being evaluated, so we gotta give her what she needs.
and I think it's also, Mr. Romero, I think it's a small push. It's a small sacrifice. It's not too much of, hey, great idea, but we didn't lose much. Let's say for instance, 5-6 months go by, we didn't lose much. If it doesn't work out, and they might say, hey, you know what? We might need to go back to, this, but I think I'm not gonna speak on the majority of the board, but I think most of us are probably leaning towards this as a better alternative going that way.
I'll go with that, but at the same time, we need to start looking in the future.
Sure.
What I'm saying in the future, not next month or 3 months from now, a year from now, 3 years from now, we need to start putting that seed in the mind of all the board and the community that we're growing. We need to get developed those types of people.
I agree with you, and I think that's where the board working with our district manager is develop this organizational chart and see where our boxes are, see if that's sufficient, see if we're too many or not enough. And if we don't have enough, we start making boxes, but also when we start adding those boxes, we have to relate this to the community. Hey, by the way, if we move up, taxes another $10, $15, whatever, it's because we're having to put these extra bodies on it. Okay.
One step at a time.
So with that being said, if anybody has any questions, can we get a motion on the floor for this? Let me ask the board one more thing. Or do we want to know who that person is?
I definitely let you guys,
Okay.
yeah, definitely.
So with that being said, anybody want to make a motion on this request to make a foreman/supervisor position?
You already got a person, you said?
I have a candidate
Yeah,
that,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
And that person is computer savvy and does know how to deal with budgeting and everything as well.
Oh, dealing with employees.
With employees as well, yes.
Okay.
We will find that out. We shall see. And the great thing I want to tell you is, just because people are great workers, that doesn't mean they're great leaders and managers, but that will happen with time
That's correct.
and giving the people the right tools. So again, I just want you to know, just because you have a great employee, that doesn't make that person a great supervisor.
I agree
To
with
lead people is a whole different story.
Yeah, and if there's like a probation period and there is a bump of
Yes.
pay and then ends up, they say, I don't want this, you can stay at that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you know what, we need to fix that in our policy and procedure book.
There's a lot of stuff we need to fix in that book. The book is a
Yes, and that's
disaster.
why I was looking at the HR solutions and stuff
Yeah.
like that for the different payroll companies, because our policy and procedure book, I have to update it.
So
I
just,
think that's a great thing.
just to clarify, we're not backfilling his role, and expectation is that he's gonna add on more to what he has.
Responsibilities.
Yes, sir.
For
Yes,
this.
sir.
So with that being said, if anybody has no more questions, vote on, I need a motion on the floor for this foreman/supervisor position.
I'll go ahead and put the motion.
So we have a motion on the floor, do we have a second? Second. We have a second, all in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Sheesh. 4-1.
Before we go any further.
Yes, sir.
We were supposed to just see the presentations and then vote on who we're doing for the payroll.
Okay,
Because otherwise, it's gonna be the end of March.
Understood.
We're gonna run out of time. So I think we need to decide tonight.
Either paychecks or ADP. I put a motion. Can I put a motion?
well, let's, are we finished here with
Yeah, we're
this?
done.
Yes.
I would like to hear, what Amy thinks.
As far as these options.
I like both presentations. And they both offer the same. I think we get more of a break with ADP than we do paychecks. That was just my outlook on it. But then I didn't see the yearly on the ADP, which I like the fact that paychecks was very thorough. So, I do, again, I did.
So you did all the demos, I just wanna make sure that we're not buying more than what we should. And I would like to get your input on what you think, because at the end of the day, you're the one that has to deal with it. As long as we're not buying more
Yes.
and we're not shorting ourselves either, you know.
I like the fact that, with paychecks, it is, it doesn't have a contract, And it's, yeah, whenever we can, we have to, if we have to.
If there's an issue.
If there's an issue, whatever. Both programs are about the same. I get the same reports, I get everything, when it in that aspect. I did speak to, now that we're talking about it, I was gonna bring it up during my manager's report, with Raquel, her name is Raquel McIntosh, she's a CPA. I met her through Florida Association of Special Districts. And just so the board is aware, CPAs right now are not charging what Mr. John Boy's been doing for the last 25 years. Yeah, seriously, that's just being honest. And the one thing, yes, sir. And the one thing that she did mention, that I got to speak to her, was that we should have, like, the treasurer right now has all the financial programming. And with the state, the county is supposed to have the financial programming. And that was one of the things, and that's something I was gonna, let the board know. But I know.
So on the payroll, can we, so it sounds like paycheck is kind of your.
Yes. Yes.
I agree with her completely that both of these companies are huge companies and can all provide the same HR benefits. So if you look at the cost per program, ADP is going to do payroll for $185 a week. Paycheck's $500 of that. So the one-time setup fee for ADP is $200. For Paycheck is $3,450. And for ADP, we get 4 months free. I think ADP is way better of a deal. And we got the biggest payroll company in the world.
Yeah, the only downside about ADP is you get stuck in a contract, and then to get out of that contract is an arm and a leg. And especially for us, I think we should have the flexibility, because we are going through a lot of changes and growth, that if we do want to move on to another system, or if we do create the position, that our district is the only district that doesn't have their own finance person. So if we do create the position, a lot of this would basically go into that person's payroll.
I was asked, but she didn't say, she's gone, are we locked in?
And that's where I was.
Well, here's the other thing, Dan, just because somebody writes a contract, that doesn't mean you can sign it. Because you can always,
We can ask her.
no, seriously.
If
We
you guys
deal
agree
with
with.
$1 million contracts, and we say, hey, we redline it, say, hey, by the way, we don't want this, we take away this. If we do this verbiage needs to be in there, that's business.
Right.
Just because they say the contract doesn't mean, hey, we're gonna sign it. By the way, we let our attorney look at it, and by the way, as a board, we want this change, we wanna take, we don't wanna be locked in, we wanna be able to break away in 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, if you don't like it, well, we move on. We don't have to do this because they have a contract. Don't let that scare you.
I just had a bad experience.
So if that's all it is, it's just
I
get
never
locked in with it, that's all open to.
No,
to
it's not, it's
negotiate.
not,
Sure,
no,
sure.
no, it's not that, you know, no, it's cheaper, yes, but it's always not the good alternative, you know, we
Right.
had issues before,
What type of issues?
big issues.
Like?
We have 300 and something properties, and ADP was going through a malfunction, and we had around 1,600 employees who didn't get their direct deposit on time.
One time, no?
No, it happened multiple times. So
Question.
our whole company, we just
So
let.
who was your rep that you dealt with? I'm gonna call him and ask them, I'll say, look,
I'll give you, because
You give
we're
me
all,
the name,
we're
I'm
in
gonna
all
call.
50 states, I will give you all of our reps, but ever since we switched
We're
over
talking about
to.
Florida now, we're not
Yeah.
talking about California.
Well, I'm telling you on a big a big company compared to a small
this lady's running
government
Fort Myers,
agency.
she
Even
can't.
Fort Myers, not Texas.
If they, come on,
messing
we lost
with you,
money,
I'm
man.
messing with you.
But when we
US
went,
Sugar used payroll paychecks. They got rid of it. I mean, I'm not, there's always
Yes, sir.
Pros and cons,
something that's
yeah.
not. It's just,
Absolutely.
you're talking about probably 2.5 times as expensive.
Yeah.
Going back to the contract, did she say how long that contract needs to be signed for?
I
So
didn't-
we could put a stipulation, a year, 2-year contract, so it doesn't mean.
I mean, again, I can ask and I can update the board on any of the information. So, I mean, you guys have both of them there. If you guys agree and give me permission, I'll find out that information. I can email you guys, all right, and let you guys know. And this is the one I would choose, and then we can move
What
forward.
I also want to happen is, we got an extension on Reed going to a new employer, they're giving us till April 15th.
Mhm.
If you push this turnover all the way to the end of March.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you got a lot
I
of stuff.
I did express to both companies that it would start for the beginning of April. You know, just to give us time for the board to kind of digest everything that we're going through.
I will put a motion for ADP.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go with ADP as long as the contract, if there's something that we don't get bad, or if it ain't too bad, then I think,
And put a stipulation, I mean, it come out of, a month or.
Like a year or less.
Also on the contract, and the attorney can, verify that too when we get ready to do that.
okay,
So he's making, you,
Yeah, put a motion for,
So-
to go with ADP.
so there's a motion on the floor to go with ADP as our payroll?
yeah, and Becca can give us some information that, if we're gonna get hooked on something, if not, but I'm good with ADP.
So we have a second, we have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Moreno.
A second.
That was second by Supervisor Self, all in favor?
Aye.
Anything, anyone opposed?
aye,
Sheesh, again.
Representative's name.
list and her email.
Thank you.
It's all contingent though, if we agree with the contract.
Yes.
Correct.
There's not too long a term, holding us.
Yeah, we don't wanna be locked in for
They're
something.
gonna get you.
Maybe a year.
No.
maybe
Let the
last
record
month.
say, they're gonna get you in the fine print.
All
They
right.
got
Paychecks is the way to go.
So, moving on to staff reports, district manager.
Okay, you guys kind of see, this is actually pump 6.
This is pump six, okay?
This is what I told you that we, I got with Mr. Dobbs, about what you were just saying, for it to sheet flow in directly,
Yeah.
and just close off the sides, just at the pump station, nowhere else right now. Just to kind of help us through this, that's the aerial view.
So that's the inner canal on the bottom,
Yes, sir.
on the left and the right.
Yes, sir.
I got you.
Yes, sir. Under canal, as you
And
see
that,
on
where
the
that
top.
growth is at, on the thing, that's where the berm is at on the inside, on the reservoir side.
Yes.
Where the trees are at, or that growth right in that area, on both sides, that's where the berm is at?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Will that, when it does stuff like that, Mr. Cobb, will these pumps, after a certain while, free flow? Can it free flow after a while, as the impeller's moving?
Or
Or,
say free flow,
meaning like, for instance, as water keeps going through it, can you shut the pump off and it keeps going, or
Oh,
not?
back feeding?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
they have,
Check
Check
valves.
yeah, they have flap gates, and they
Yes.
have it where the vacuum seal it and
Yes.
stuff.
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Only thing I would say, be very careful going through it, because remember, there's a bunch of wetlands in there,
Mhm.
and a lot of, because even that going down through there wasn't permitted. It just, they did it so I had a direct out, or a shot straight to the wetland, or to the, yeah, so, try to be careful with a lot of that stuff, because if the district comes and they see that it's in terms of reservoir.
Well, this is, like I said, I wanted you guys to see, it's not to destroy anything that's not,
No,
you know?
no, this is
And I
what,
agree with
that's
you.
what I'm trying to say, be very careful, because that's a sensitive deal, and if they come in, and just make sure that you're not getting in there you're not supposed to, because even though we're trying to correct something, we don't wanna make a bigger
bigger
issue,
mess.
yeah.
I agree. I can always have someone from the district also come out and look at it and
Joel,
help me. Yeah.
Because I spoke
Yeah,
to Joe
Joel
a
got
couple
it,
weeks ago
yeah.
and was talking about it, and like you said, it's something you gotta treat very sensitively and do it right, because
Yeah.
it could open up some big problems.
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Keep on, your report?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, I've reported everything throughout the weeks to the board. I didn't know what else to add to my report.
I like it.
Just the basics, you know, the permits, we had 33 new permits, 20 pre-existing, so that's 33 new, driveways that have gone in, and 20 pre-existing. Also, we've done inspections, and, Mr. Mata, you, requested the expired permits.
Yes, ma'am.
If you guys, I gave you all have it, okay, for the board. I did up to 2022, just so you know, we went back, we pulled all the permits that were expired, physically went out there. Arnold did this, on Monday, and if it did not have a culvert, he pulled all the stakes, so nobody could come back and fill it back into anything. That's been closed. If there's a culvert, we've, Kenya has spoken to a few other landowners already, because we will be removing it if they don't come in and deal with it, you know. Just, you know, listen, you guys never called, I see the culverts in, there's a driveway completed, we never finished it, you guys failed to do so, so,
So, go ahead.
and,
Move on your chops right here, right quick.
no, and I agree, I know what you're gonna, I know where you're coming,
Okay.
and I don't disagree with you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but I just didn't wanna, again, there's homes there, well, not on all of them, but there was a couple of them, and we dealt with one today that it had 18 by 20 from 1999, and she came in, it was never called in, I looked it up, and it never had a final, but she has the home on there, and she was coming to pull another permit, but she wanted to put it to the side and keep the old one, and I was like, but it was never, we never did the inspection. I said, it is an 18 by 20, I said, but now you wanna put in a new one, and just kinda keep that one there, I was like, this never really passed, I said, this is, again, from the past, from 1999. And so, that was something, she was, you know, and like I said, we can go out there, we can inspect it, cause you guys grandfathered those culverts in.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so I wasn't trying to charge her enough charge, or, you know, trying to put in a whole new permit. She was actually putting in a new driveway as well. So, you know, and then she was like, well, I just want it there until I'm done with this one, so then I can pull it out. I was like, well, that's, you know, that's the other one where it has to be removed once that other one's completed. You
But
can't just leave it.
But I have a question too. When
But it wasn't expired culvert.
when do we as the water control district say, hey, enough is enough?
Well, that's where I'm coming to.
That's why I asked for this, because what we're saying,
We put expiration date on the permit.
so, exactly, but the problem is we don't enforce it after that.
But don't
So-
you believe the right to pull this
Well,
this
I
out?
prefer not to do that, I prefer to talk with the
Why
owner.
not all
Hold
every
on,
other district does it?
Hold on a second. I prefer that the district manager speaks with the owner and correct it and get it up to date. So for instance, I'm gonna ask you a question. 2022, I see here, it needs to come down. So I'm assuming they installed the culvert, it's there. And, yes ma'am, 2022, let me see. This is Black Wolf Holding, needs to come down. What's it mean by, in our thing, it says needs to come down?
That's the one on North Live Oak.
No, that's on
230 South Ladera,
Ladera.
you have, needs to come down. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Oh, the culvert needs to come down. So when they did the elevations, back then, we weren't actually physically going out there to check the culvert and where it's at.
On 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that.
So remember, after, in 23, was when I was interim manager, we physically went out there and checked every culvert and made sure it was where it was at our elevation.
So let's go to 23. I'm looking
Yes,
at 675 North Lindero. It says out of code. Covered without inspection.
That's correct.
So there's one.
Mhm.
Here's another one.
And it's
550
never passed
north,
inspection.
550
There's a house.
north needs extra material. So what I'm saying is these people went forward, installed a culvert, but never.
Like when, let's say, okay, so like the one that needs material, so they got the culvert inspection, everything was done, but they're missing some material off to the side.
But here's another one. This is one in 2023. 542 Camino Real. That's a 20-foot culvert. That's so. Yeah, the first one on 2023. That's
Yes, I see it.
permit pulled in 23. So that was already 30 feet. Those permits, I mean,
Well,
those
that
permits
one was
require 30
pulled
feet.
back in, well,
And
they
1/6.
came back and pulled a new permit in January, 6th of 2023.
Got you.
So what you're seeing is like the original dates, and some people have come back and they re-pulled the permit,
Okay.
paid the $75,
Okay.
and I'm just giving you information.
Sure.
So that's what you're seeing. On 542 Camino Real, he came back on January 6th, pulled the permit, paid the other $75, and so now he needs to correct that. He's gotta call us. If he doesn't, then, again, you're right. I do call the landowner, trying to work with them, this, and I need you guys to get this. If not, we're gonna have to pull the culvert, you know, and you've lost money, you know, and that's exactly what I do. But I'm not gonna,
Prefer not to do that.
I just prefer not to do that, you know, I'm trying to work with the client so that they can come in, or just fix it, it's already in there.
If you need to do that, will you do that via email or write a letter, return receipt, how are you gonna do that?
Well, the initial thing is first, we contact, this is why I'm bringing this up now with the board, because you have to give me the directive to say, okay, Becky, you tried all your ways of communicating with the landowner, number one. I sent it via email to the landowner, if we can find the landowners on some of them, all right?
So as a board, do you think, as a board, should we say, okay, after you went past those 90 days, we have to do this? So it should be like a protocol that we have. Hey, by the way, Mr. Dobbs, you know, we gave 90 days. Is that more than sufficient time? I'm reading over here. And if not, hey, by the way, contact the owner, let them know they're out of compliance, they need to address it, or we have to, you know, figure out something else.
Like-
And then back charge them, because if we have to go do all that work,
Yeah,
that's,
so
we're
that's what I was
taking
gonna
from our daily
say,
duties.
like, when they initially pay for the permit, is there like scheduled re-inspection days?
They have to
They have 60 days to get it done.
be done. And
But they have the instruction, you pull the permit, you have 60 days. Before you start that culvert, you need to call us, because we have to do a culvert inspection.
Right.
Arnold literally sits there and watches them cover the first layer to make sure that they're not removing that culvert, which we had an issue before, and they put in 2 different,
unapproved.
yeah, and one had 4 pieces put together. That wasn't even correct. So that's why again, there was measures that we did in-house to make sure that these culverts are going to withstand what they're actually, you know, they're supposed to do.
So what's the biggest deficiency? Is it because of lack of materials? Is it just they're not calling for an inspection? Because there's probably something that's probably, like on the weekend, if somebody wants to do their culvert and then you gotta inspect, then you gotta leave it open and stuff. Most people don't wanna do that because somebody's gonna come, hook up to it, then they're gonna steal your culverts.
And, well,
Well, a
what
lot
we've
of times
done
you
here
get a
though,
contractor though to help you, and a local contractor can do all that legwork. The owner doesn't have to be that. That contractor can, by the way, I'm calling in on behalf of this person, I'm doing this work. Boom, it's open, I'll be there, then I'll cover it for layer, whatever.
Because I know that there was a guy that I met that he had a contractor come out of Fort Myers. The guy came in and he double charged him because he came, he covered up his, I guess it was on a weekend, and to leave it exposed. And then the guy went back to Fort Myers, and then that guy's not gonna come out from Fort Myers over here just to cover it back up for free. And the guy says, you're gonna have to come back out, because if he shows up once, he says, I'm gonna cover it up, but that's whatever Central County does. And then the guy had to pay like another $100 and something for that, and it could be a burden sometimes. And then I know people in the joint, they don't put it together, or they start putting some crap together.
Sure.
And I get that too, to just kind of figure out what's the root of the problem and see if it's something that we could maybe change, or it just has to stay in place.
On the permit application, does it have an expiration date on it?
Yes,
Yes.
it says 60 days.
Okay, so I think if it has an expiration date on it, I think on there they should fill it all out. If they don't have an approved permit, we should put somewhere on that application, either a week before it expires, you're gonna email them and call them. If there's no response within the first 48 hours, the culvert's gonna be ripped out. Because at the end of the day, we have to do law and order, and the permits have to have the authority. Meaning, you paid for it, there needs to be execution, because this is just a theoretical. I paid the $75 to start it, I put the culvert, do it, put my house, do whatever I wanna do. What authority is coming back saying, hey, it's not done correctly, that we have to hold them to it. And I think that's another thing that we're falling short on. If all of these people on this list that have expired, their culverts were ripped out after their 60 days, I guarantee this list will probably be one or two people saying, hey, you better get your culvert done, if not it's gonna be ripped out. Because this happened to my aunt, where they just came in, she forgot, and yep, instead of doing a renewal, and they just ripped it right out.
So what's
So I think we need to do that. We need to have law and order on this and execute.
What we've done is, just so you understand, when they come pull the permit, we go over the rules and regulations. It's on the sheet that we give them, even with like local vendors, people that do this and they're actually businesses. They're like, oh, we do recommend, I give them the list, you choose. Call around, shop around, I don't advertise one specific person. And they sign our receipt stating, you're the owner, you're responsible, you have 60 days. We reiterated, speaking to them, it's on the permit, okay? That you are understanding what I'm telling you. You have that there.
So my
So most of them, I'm sorry,
you just keep talking.
most of them, what they've done is they've actually hired a local person to actually do it, because they're like, do we have to be here? You don't have to be here, leave your culvert exposed either.
Sure.
And I told them that.
Sure.
You know, even with like just putting a little bit of dirt in the center and on the sides, just kind of hold it, you know, if you have to leave in an emergency, you understand? But Fridays and Mondays are the 2 dates that we have for elevations and for inspections. And most of them, like you said, they wanna do it during the weekend and get it done. So they'll have the culvert ready on the side, so as they're doing the elevation, they're ready to go.
So, looking at, let's go for the third one from the top.
Yes, sir.
The date state was 6/21/24, so that's just last year.
Mhm.
So you have done, comment says not done correctly, will redo elevation. So my thing is with this, I guess it's a company, I don't care who it is or what it is.
Mhm.
So it's almost seemed like they didn't have any intentions to do it correctly. And the other thing is gonna hinder them, because we're working alongside Henry County, they would never get a CO without this
That's
being
correct.
done.
That's correct.
So that's why the important thing is to let them know, hey, by the way, if you don't do this right, if you do plan on doing something in the future, Henry County's not gonna give you a CO.
And that's the
For-
one thing
For a house, trailer, whatever.
And that's the one thing we tell them as they come in. You can put, even if you put something on there and this is still not done, the county's always gonna ask for the first initial inspection of the driveway
Sure.
on our permit, and they wait for that. If they don't have it, they will not give them a permit. And the reason why is because they were using the swells and they were destroying it way back when.
Absolutely.
And they came in agreement and they've held up their side of it.
They have.
Yes.
They have. And then what happens is we get calls, by the way, your office is not allowing us to do this, but again, you didn't do it right. If you'd have done it right, you wouldn't be in this predicament. So
Yes, sir.
I think the good thing is you've showcased this. It seems like we have a few out of compliance,
Yeah.
but let's get this addressed and they need to comply as much as possible. I'm not for yanking people's stuff
Yeah.
out. I'm with working with people, but they, again, some of this like from 2022, 23, I guess it's on a case by case basis.
Yes.
No, I mean, I want them to be in compliance. I don't want them to do it, but they have to know, hey, just because we're in the country, we can't do this kind of stuff.
So just so you know, all the ones that say no driveway, those were staked and we took the stakes out. We went back and we took all the stakes out.
Because they didn't do
So,
it.
correct.
Yeah.
So those are, you know, if it has a culvert, we've actually called the
I appreciate
owners,
it.
trying to talk to
And
them.
Sure.
if you look at the amount of, I mean, there's 36 on here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So 2022, there's 9, 23 is 14, and this, or last year's, there's 13. So, I mean, how many permits have you put out in all them years? Right, tons, so
Tons of
think about it, 36 is.
It's not that much.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, I'll take it, maybe we should pull culverts out, believe me, it got bad, we'd have people show up here, we'd put their culvert out.
Oh, yeah.
And every once in a while, you try not to punch a hole in one,
Sure.
but it doesn't work that good, then you punch a hole and then it turns into legal. So sometimes, I mean, I don't know legally, if we did have to remove one, I mean, that'd probably be something good for us to know, so then if there's just a recourse or something.
Sure. And Mr. Santiago, this is going to your point. Even the act of notifying people as they're approaching their expiration date is very generous on the part of the district. Because in any sort of city, village, county government, they just show up, oh, this is never closed out. In other words, there is a lot of latitude there, in particular when you have essentially a public work that was done improperly. So that's how, legally, that's how you get around it. Essentially, you say, this is our job, safety first, you gotta take it out. The question is, this is where it gets weird. Should you then not put in a properly functioning culvert? It's kind of, right, the whole thing is, this doesn't work right, you know, this is, that is, and then, and by the way, bill it back to the property owner. It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
If you rehabilitate the work, the governmental entity should have the right to bill for that.
We did do that a couple times, we pulled a culvert out, and then we'll take it, you know, we'll track down, you know, what it took us there for a dump truck, material, excavator operator, and we pull it out, and then we put it there. So all their stuff still stayed here, but then it still came at a charge. We never collected any money, but that's kind of like what they use as leverage, but really, I mean, I don't know if they could have or couldn't charge him for it.
Right. You could, all that would be lawful, just in
Yeah.
case there's a question. How hard you want to go.
Exactly. Anything else on the report?
We'll put you on the escalator. down.
Anybody have, I got a couple questions for the supervisor. Anybody else have any questions before? For Loreno, any questions? Cortez, any questions? Santiago?
Rip it out.
Any
This-
questions? For the
I
manager?
only have one, so for Canal 13,
Yes, sir.
with the comp property, that's done,
Mhm.
y'all are completely done on their side?
All completely.
Okay, so now we're on our side?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, don't have to touch his property, don't have to go through there, nothing, he's done completely. And he was out there the last day we were there. He was a little bit upset with me because we pulled the culvert from Pinecone. But I told him, I said, you were asking, you were supposed to stop with Shane.
Can you
I was
stop it
gonna-
right there?
Right there.
Can you
Yes.
stop it? Which culvert are we talking about? Which one did you pull?
The one on the road,
Where the golf cart is?
yes.
Okay,
It's right, there's,
Yes.
yeah, but there's two, there's, the one.
The one on the inside that's over here.
Yeah,
okay.
so the one internal to his property,
Understood.
is still there?
It's still there.
Okay.
And that's the one that I asked in
That's our
the email, yes.
And the one outside,
The outside one is gone.
So, looking at that picture, go ahead.
I mean,
Shut up.
again,
Leave that picture there, Jose, I want to ask this question.
that's the
You
one.
ready?
Yes.
So his property is to the right of that picture,
Yes,
right of
sir.
that picture.
Mhm.
Does any of his runoff go into that canal system?
Into his canal system, yes.
So, but we have a culvert there, inside right there.
No, that's only on his side, it's not on ours.
yeah, he's not.
That
got
doesn't,
you.
no,
That's
that's not ours. No.
That's his. So-
That's his.
So what about this one that's being right beside the excavator?
That's ours, that's
Okay,
ours.
So that
That's where
would be,
13
so
is.
that will be our new canal?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
And all that land that you see behind there,
Yes.
that's our easement, and that's what we will maintain, and we'll have a gate there.
To that canal? I mean,
Yes.
sorry, to that fence?
Yes,
To that
sir.
fence?
Yes, sir.
So between that fence and that new canal that you guys are cutting in, that is our easement?
Yes, sir.
So we're not gonna go on the other side in between the two canals?
Not at all,
Okay.
not at all.
Let me ask you, should we fence that in or leave it like it is?
Well, we're gonna have to barricade it now. Is it,
The entrance, yes,
yeah, you're gonna be there?
yes,
Okay.
yes. There's gonna be a gate right here.
Yeah. And that roadway, that levee, is that his or ours?
That's his levy. He's always had that levy there.
Okay.
But it's very minimal. If you look at it, there's flags there.
Yeah.
It's not like you can actually put a vehicle through there.
So it almost like it goes in parallel with,
Yes, sir.
with Cap's Pond?
So
That's his?
our survey mark is on the edge of the bottom of the toe of the,
Yes, you'll see it. They're still there too.
is that, I'm assuming that's the canal? That's
Yes.
right behind the excavator.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's
that's,
behind it,
that's
yeah.
our new canal.
Because
And
we
it's butted
had,
right up to his levee?
yeah,
But our old,
no, we
but
still
our
had a
old
little
canal
space.
was, but our old canal
We
wasn't
still,
there.
no, yeah. You see the center that you were talking about, that where it looks like a park right through there right now?
Correct.
There is I wanna say, what, 2 feet, Jose?
In the middle, the levee is a property line.
Right,
Central
right in the
County,
center of that.
So it's 50-50.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So
So we can put a fence there.
where was our original Canal 13?
Way further in.
Way further in by the fence line, right?
On this side.
It was kind of something there.
Okay, something.
But still, that's why I'm asking like how far out it's set out. It's
Gotcha.
right on the levee. I mean, I'm sure that they need more room to be able to access it, mow it, and keep up with
That's
it.
all, that's the only thing we did, was extend it to where the mower can actually go
Yeah.
through there, and it'll follow all the way through the back of Sylvan A properties without, yeah.
Play the next one. Think you had a couple pictures of that project.
Yeah, I just want to see how it ties into the further north side.
There it is.
Alright, so give me a
So-
lay of the land, because I don't know what I'm looking at, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Oh,
back-
there's the stick up there, there's the excavator up there.
Yes.
So was that the original canal over here that I'm seeing? This-
yes,
Okay,
but it wasn't straight, it was crooked, just so you know.
and that.
That's Cheese Spot's property over here on the left-hand side in the corner.
Okay,
That's going towards the back of Sylvan A.
1970.
The property's in the back.
so that's Mr. Cotton's drain, right, that's his canal
Yes.
right there. So
Yes.
ours will be
On
on
the-
that makeshift road to the left of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Understood. Do you show a picture of the turn?
Yes, there should be a picture of the
Because
turn.
like if we wanted to put a fence there, we really wouldn't be able
That's
to.
the back of Sylvan A.
Yeah, that's what it's turning interconnect into.
Mhm.
So
That's the corner right here.
that's the turn to go that way.
Yes, but that would actually be
That's the one-
extended.
I understand, it's a little bit further back.
Yes.
Okay, can you rewind the other picture or the 7A one that you guys talked about just a little while ago? The one that was before that one?
That is 10 seconds back. Mhm. That's Sylvan A right
That
now.
one right there, so that's past the curve, now we're going that way.
Yes, sir.
And that canal's the one that's going to Flagpole Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's all the woodland area in the back end.
And is that the same, is it the same width apart or is it narrow in certain areas? I'm asking.
The canal?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's narrow in certain areas and the depth is all crazy.
So will we have to clean that out to make sure the sedimentation, everything, and more water can move through there and get around and go back into?
Are there roads that connect to this or private property?
No, the private properties, yes.
So it's not like the
But
other
they
canals
have-
here that all connect?
No.
So do their property line butt up to that canal
No.
supposedly?
So we have
There's a little
We
bit
have
of
an
easement?
actual easement.
How much, 10 feet?
10 feet? Yes, 10 feet.
Too much.
Yeah. It's something that's gonna have to
I
be
think the other
done.
side is
Like as
15,
far as the
right?
elevation of the canal.
Didn't you say the north side of the canal was like 15 feet?
Yes, there's where, this is where you see it's been cleaned out.
Yes, ma'am.
That is that's our berm up there, which is about 15 feet.
Yeah.
And on the back end of here is 10 of the properties.
So on that humongous property on the left with all that open land,
That was us that cleaned that up.
but are they able to pump into our canal system?
They were doing it on the corner over here where I showed you.
Yeah, from the Cypress head, it was
Yes.
a sheet flowing over.
Yes.
Yeah, but they don't have any direct connection. They'd have to put a
pump,
drop
yeah.
pump over there.
But what they did was they had,
They cut a swell or something?
they cut a swell into ours.
Yeah, they let it gravity feed out. They was draining that Cypress head.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that picture.
Mhm.
And as far as the depth, are y'all going off any specific depth in the canal, or y'all just kind of digging it and letting it?
We were just, again, I just wanted to show you where we were at, and then we were gonna get the elevations for the proper depth of the canal. And that's what me and Steve had been talking about, to get it done correctly. To do it one time, not, you know what I'm saying?
Right, that's what I was gonna get to, instead of a lot of back and forth, digging and cleaning and digging and cleaning to kind
We're
of.
trying to do it correctly and just do it and moving it, yes, sir.
And Becky, when we put that field and vegetation on the one side, is that our property as well? On the left side of that canal?
Yeah, where it's all cleaned out,
Yes, ma'am.
that's ours,
Yeah, that's a big berm that's
Yeah,
there.
there's a big
It's-
berm.
It's probably 10 foot high or so.
yeah,
Okay, I can't see it from here, okay.
yes.
And from there back down to, Woodland, is all that already clean, or you still gotta?
On the easement side of the back of the properties, yes. There's just a few, tree stumps and there's just a few debris back there that we just have to go get. But as we clean this side, we would bring it over and then we would come out on our side.
Cool beans.
How are we gonna keep people from driving on that?
Is it put it like on
We got
a
the,
flagpole, you just put yourself a fence, I mean, they could build,
yeah,
they could build a gate,
yeah.
cause they still gotta access it with heavy machinery and
No,
stuff, no
right.
matter
But
what.
I'm saying it's connected to people's private property, they don't have it fenced off.
Some of them do have it fenced off,
Yeah.
but they have the stakes.
But you can.
A lot of the
you can
properties
drone
have
it
their survey
every
stakes
once in a
already.
while.
Yeah.
If we've been compromised, you
Yeah.
can drone it and see if we can compromise.
Yeah, we just won't want nobody like really building anything into the canal or
Absolutely.
using it. Cause I mean, yeah, they can butt up there, it's like what, down here off of Pump Station 1 and 2,
Yes.
everybody was, that's actually their
Yes.
property now, they fenced in and
Yes.
This
one actually does have the easement that belongs to us.
And even like that berm, Dom, do you see any reason for that berm? I don't know if that's just part of the plan of it, or if it's just a squall pile. If it doesn't need to be there, so you could knock it down and build yourself something to where, cause even in the rainy season, if you can elevate it, ride it, you could use it as a pathway so you can still keep up if there's anything going on, or if somebody's pumping and stuff like that. If there's no reason that it has to stay there, if we could, maybe just knock it down, turn it into a more stable roadway.
That's what we're doing, just so you see it. Just so you see it, that's why we're eliminating that, and we can also, that's how we found
The issue.
the issue
Yeah.
with them pumping
Cause I
over.
didn't know if that was part of a plan for the water from Flagler not to come over,
We
or.
just, all I did was started removing those trees and all the Brazilian peppers that were through there, so we could hear, because we heard the pump at night.
Yeah.
And then the very next day, I had the guys removing it so we could find it, and we sure enough did. So, that was the biggest, so.
So I've got thank you for that. So I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dobbs, you were out last meeting, so
Yeah.
there's culverts. I want you, if possible, to get with Becky and get with the county. So on 833, on the east side, on all the roadways, there's drainage. And according to drainage, they're supposed to continue that runway all the way to like Devil's Garden and get into that system. But if you look at the elevations, they're draining onto our district and running and going to our system.
Right.
So if you could look at that and get with the county's engineer and their department to see if they're set right, because where you see the elevations of the culverts and the land is over here, it's pretty much going to the culverts and coming on to Central County and then getting into our system. So that was one. And the other one, if you go back to the picture of Pine Cone, right there where you had the long stick and everything. So I was out there with the team, yeah, right in there. So if you could, with your pointer, show where that RCP pipe that is plugged up. With your pointer right now, Jose, that RCP pipe that goes from Pine Cone all the way to the other side of Pine Cone that's plugged up.
Yeah.
It's like right in there.
Right
So
there.
as they were excavating, they seen a RCP pipe.
Right.
So my question is, I'd like to get with the county, is that our maintenance responsibility or is that their responsibility?
Okay.
Because if that's the case, because I know back in the last hurricane further down, they came and cleaned out some RCP pipes that went underneath some roadways and it helped alleviate some of the issues and flooding in that area. So if they could maybe share with you the maps, if they do have more RCP pipes, and I'd like to know if we have an agreement with Henry County, or if we don't have an agreement, do we need to come in agreement, what belongs to what and whose responsibility it is?
I did get in a call with Shane for that, just so you know.
Good.
I left him a message, and I did talk to Dave from Rose, for Henry County, that's on our side and the east side. And I asked them about the maintenance, and he says that they're the ones responsible for the maintenance on Pine Cone,
Okay,
on Pine Cone.
Now,
Now,
it used to
don't-
not be there until Central County gave it up,
Gave
and
it
then
up.
now it's their responsibility.
Because on the paved road.
okay.
And then, but the ones on the east side of 833
Yes.
that you asked me to speak,
Sure.
I did ask him about it, and he was like, they're only responsible for the mowing of the grass. The maintenance belongs to us.
But what I'm saying is, it's not even maintenance. We don't have a picture of 833.
The culvert.
Hopefully, next meeting, bring pictures.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you look at the culverts, it can't follow the
Are
line.
they the plated ones? That they're all plated? So there's a bridge, so right before you get to the store, there's a bridge there.
Yes.
And then every single one of them, they're the RCP.
Yes.
They get head walls and stuff. So all them, so what ends up happening, all the water from the Hillary Rico.
Yes, sir.
So it used to cross over
Correct.
into Monturo. So then there was a big discussion we had with Hendry County a long time ago, and whenever David Hubbard was the manager, we blocked them off with just material.
Oh, gotcha.
And then the Cowboys went out there with shovels and started
Yeah.
just flooding out the cow. And then
Exactly.
there was an agreement that we plated it, we had slide gates on it.
Sure.
And that if they was to become inundated to the point that they had to, because they need the water to our side, we will pull them. But we had the right to plug it off to where their water doesn't come over to our side because we're not responsible for draining their side.
Right.
But in emergency situations, if there's agreement with Central County, we could pull the plates. That's why we built the slide gates in there, we put them in.
Yeah.
But they should still be there, and then the bridge is just burned up with rock.
So if you look down Avenue, say for instance, you start at Avenue del Sur and 833,
Yeah.
all the way down to Hundred Club and further down, there's culverts
Yeah.
on the east side. But if you look at the elevation of the culverts and the lay of the
That
land,
makes no sense.
exactly. But that's what I'm saying. In my opinion, it looks like that's a Henry County thing that they have to figure out because that water is supposed to go from culvert to culvert down the road and eventually coming out on Devil's Garden, that canal system, if I'm not mistaken, or what I've been told in times past. But if you look at the elevations, let's just say for instance, the water goes to Avenida del Sur, it's gonna come on to the properties.
We're just flooding out.
Exactly.
Yeah, so like everything in between from Avenida del from the store back to Del Sur, everything on that side, it's just gonna flood. It goes nowhere, it's just locked in there.
Right, so that's
There's no
why,
veins nowhere.
so that's why, exactly, so that's why I'm asking, is that dependent on us, because that's something that we have to address, or is that something that the county needs to address?
Yeah, because I think it'll be more us because the thing, we already blocked the water from coming into Montour. Now whatever water settles there, I mean, but there is a roadside swell too, so,
Exactly.
I mean,
But I just like to get clarification, and there's no more gray areas going forward.
Yeah.
Who belongs to what belongs to who, and if there's not agreements, we need to set up agreements. I don't want a finger point, I just want to get resolution.
there has to be a conveyance somewhere, because even where that bridge is, that water had a design to go somewhere. And somewhere's in Montura's property, then if everybody builds up, then all it's gonna do is kind of like trap it up.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just a mess through there.
And then the other thing, Becky, that I have is, I know we have a new gentleman starting with us.
Yes.
But I don't think that gentleman, I think the board agreed to bring this gentleman on to cut swells, and I don't think he's cut swells yet.
No, because we were getting the information with Mr. Dobbs
Okay.
about the swells, how we're gonna start and cutting, and you guys decided that we're gonna start in the woodland area.
So when is he gonna start in the woodland area?
Mr. Dobbs.
I wanna know when. I'm grading. You're on the clock, so we need to, we hired this guy to do swells, and I wanna see swells.
So what's he doing right now?
He's actually an awesome grader. Grader operator.
The road?
Yes. We've been working on a lot of the roads that are on this. And so we've tackled that, meanwhile, and, that's where I have him. And then I have a little more going. So, it's done, we started with the boom mowing, and like I said, any road that we're working on before. So what I do is we kind of prep the road where he's gonna be working at, and then the boom mower will continue where he left off. Goes about his business, and we do a few roads in advance, so it's based off the list of the roads that we have.
But,
If it's Lime Rock, it's Lime Rock.
but I'm saying the board approved this position to do certain things, that's what I'm saying.
I agree.
That's what we're wanting to
I
see.
just said we haven't cut swells because I wasn't sure exactly what road, what area were we targeting. So you guys stated the woodland area, so.
So, Mr. Dobbs, if you can make a priority, so we can get this, this gentleman that's been working for like 2 months on swells, to get on swells. And one last thing, I just got a few calls on the way home.
Yes, sir.
2 calls, I went down the one road, I didn't get a chance to go down the other one, but they mentioned Camino Real and Isora. They said it looked bad, I guess there's a church there, they give out food or something. I went down that road, not Camino Real, Montura Avenue, and it's Rigo. Where there's a church, they give away food, and they park their cars or something.
Yes.
And I looked at it, didn't look like it was bad in my opinion, but again, I don't
Because
know.
we did that, we rebuilt that road and it was really solid because of that.
Well, just take a look at it.
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah.
then the other comment that this person made to me is, listen, where the Montura Market, that's Camino Real, and it's sort of is, I just messed up my tire coming off of that road onto Camino Real. And she said, it looks like we did a horrible job on that road because it's all bumpy. I don't know the truth about that.
There's a bunch of bumps in there, but there's because they've used heavy equipment from one of the houses that's there off to the side. And it's broken up the road.
Well, that's the problem using asphalt, like the millings, that's something that a while back I was saying. Millings right now seems like a really good investment, but now the upkeep for it,
Sure.
you're gonna see how they're gonna pay for it right now. You just don't go and knock it down. Once you get it, you roll it
Sure,
in.
it's hard.
You just try to scrape it, you gotta knock out chunks.
Yeah.
You have to cut it back up, you have to wet it, and then once you contaminate it with
Sure.
sand, it's never gonna hold. So that's why the millings it's not a bad idea, but it's gonna be really costly at the end.
But isn't
All that washboarding don't come out
That's
that easy.
that road has a lot of commercial property, correct?
Well, it has one commercial property at the end. Well, that one side is zone
It's
commercial.
Yeah, behind the
it is.
clubhouse, it's
Yeah.
all commercial.
Yes.
Zone commercial, not both sides of the road. One side of the road is residential and the other side's commercial.
We
RRF, one's
just-
RRF and one's what you call
We
it.
can't just asphalt that road.
I think we done did it like 3 or 4 times with
Oh,
Miller.
you talking about paving it?
Yeah,
Like every other main road?
yeah.
No, man, you can't get into that type of stuff, man. You can't do that.
So,
Why not? It's a heavy,
So who's it
it's a
for?
heavy traffic
No,
road.
who's it for? Or why is it? You gotta remember why we do certain things. If we're gonna pave a road, what's it for?
It's for the citizens.
yeah, hold on a second. And the other thing is I went down, what's the road that goes to the Pine Lake? What's that road called?
Oh, Coral.
Or coral.
It is horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were working on that today, actually. We
Man,
were working on it.
please, I drove down that. Somebody told me, says, hey,
Yeah,
no, I went with it, with my vehicle and I was like, ooh.
yeah.
A big
We
one or a
were-
small.
It didn't make a difference which one you ran.
Yeah.
I had to go left to right. That roadway is probably 30 feet long for people.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing. Okay, please look at that. Okay.
He was there today, he cut it up all the way up to Appaloosa, so.
And that's all I have in reference to that. So I told this one person, and just being transparent and all, they said, you guys don't do anything in Central County. I said, well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'll let the board know. You have all these taxes, and that's why people are getting out of here, because you guys don't maintain the roads. And then when you do it, you do a horrible job. I said, all right, I'll let the board know. Appreciate you. So that's all I have for the manager's report. Anybody else? Moving on with the engineer's report, I believe.
So, I sent an update last month, so, and this is just from the last month to this month, so we did 5 electric permits and 5 rocket permit, and that was going to kindergarten or?
Yeah, to the early learning center.
Sure. The one that's over there.
Yeah. Reviewed the resiliency grant, did the ranking, of the 2 respondents.
Sure.
Continuing with Becky to get staff gauges installed and benchmarks, and get the benchmark now.
Yes, on perimeter.
On
Yes, sir.
And, and I've been keeping up with the grants. We have monthly meetings. And, we also came out and did the,
Annual report.
the above ground helmet
Yes.
inspection. There's a couple of, it looks really good back on the east side. Needs some work.
Yes.
Because there's some trees growing up in the levee that need to be taken out, Brazilian peppers
Sure.
and stuff like that. And I noticed a couple other places, there's some pine trees probably, they probably come up from last year, they may be, 5, 6 feet tall or something like that, they just need to be taken out. That's one of the things the district needs, they don't like trees coming out of the levee, because if they
Absolutely.
fall down, now you got a weak spot in your levee,
Sure.
to wash out.
Yeah, so that's Gary Colts about that going towards perimeter. and stuff, 'cause I mean, there's tons of, wax burner and all type of stuff thrown in there, and I was asking them about that, because I know a lot of them levees, they had to stay, clean and everything, because then the root system gets through there, once you pull it, destabilizes it and stuff, they said, no, everything's fine, and I said, nah, that ain't the way that crap works, I said, and that's why I've been trying to stay on top of Gary Colston from the district, because there's a lot of stuff on that levee that they let slide, that they need to stay on. It's not that I'm trying to be a freak or nothing, but the thing is that if we don't, once a pine tree grows in and you pull it out, you have a long-term problem that end up an issue and stuff, and that's why I hope that us, within Central County, we hold the district accountable for stuff that they don't do, because, I mean, we just can't do whatever we want, but at the end, we're gonna pay for something like this canal. The canal's been an issue for many years, and now we're having to address it. So, that's one something that I'd really like for us to stay on top of, is to make sure that type of stuff doesn't happen, because they really don't care until they decide to drop the hammer on us.
Right. So, any questions? Appreciate it, Mr. Any questions for the engineer? None, thank you. Moving on, treasury report, Mr. Boyd. Thank you for your patience.
The most important page is always the expenditure page, considering what that is, it's on page 6, but we made some changes today, so it's not actually numbered, but you can see page 5 and then go to the next page.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the main thing here is that Becky contacted me about, was we were going to move the budget around, do line item changes.
Okay.
Primarily, okay, and there's a page in your folder, looks like this.
It's right in the front, right here where you guys have the ADP, the paychecks right behind it.
Sure, it says Central County on it?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Budget amendment?
Yes, sir.
So what we're doing here is we're doing line item changes, which y'all are allowed to just do by voting for it without any kind of advertisement or anything, because you're not changing the totals. So if you look at this smaller page that you just filled out, I'll make the bottom 2 numbers are the important thing. Is we spent $490,000 resurfacing the paved roads, and it wasn't budgeted for that much. So we were $390,000 over the budget, knowing we were going to move the dump truck down there.
Correct.
Okay, so in order to balance it out, Becky went over the bigger items at the top. Becky has an explanation for, but the smaller numbers, like $1,000 here and there, just because it's over budget by that much. So we can talk about those for a second, but if you look back at this bigger page now, you notice in the far right-hand corner, there's not a single item that's over budget, because we made line item changes. So it says variance, favorable, unfavorable. Now instead of having the paved roads being way over and everything else, everything is balanced with no overages. Becky went through some of the bigger ones at the top. But this is something that can be changed anytime. You can make line item changes. So this is what I suggest we approve for this line item, this change, that we've now reallocated money to cover the paved roads. We are over budget because of the paved roads. That's the middle sheet there. I'm not going into a lot of detail, but the middle columns that say actual 4 months, budget 4 months.
Yes, sir.
Variance. And it shows we're $617,000 over budget overall because of the paved roads.
Because we did that ahead of time. We did that in the beginning of the fiscal year.
At the very beginning of the year.
Yes, sir.
So now we've rearranged some stuff where you've approved what was done.
Yes, sir.
So I would just recommend the board approve this line item change amendment, which will be done in a month at this it's even.
So with that being said, so make sure us as the board are on the same page. Even though we spent $490 on the 2 resurfacing and paved roads, that dump truck and then the money that was allocated for this fiscal year to do paved roads kind of balances it out?
With these other changes.
Yes.
they
Understood.
move
Yes.
some
Okay.
stuff around, yeah.
Understood, okay. Any comments from the board on that?
That's all, but, okay, can y'all make a motion to approve this line item change budget amendment?
Yeah, hold on one second, I just want to make sure that if the board has any comments on this.
Yeah.
Anybody on the board have any comments on this? None being said, you need a motion to approve, say that again.
Just board needs to just approve the line item change amendments.
Okay, so with that being said, there's no many comments. Can we get a motion on the floor to approve the line item change to this budget?
Aye.
We have a motion on the floor, do we have a second?
Aye.
We have a second, all in favor? Aye. Motion,
That's all.
motion carries. Any other thing, we're good?
Nothing important.
Steve, you got the floor.
Thank you. All right. You've got a one-pager, board. I would suggest we jump down to number 4, right? So I'd like to just do updates.
Okay.
Some of these, the 1, 2, 3, we carry those because those are big picture items that
Okay.
John does more work. All right, number 4, district manager employment agreement, with our apologies. Becky's looked at it, she was fine with the text of it. John and I just didn't ask, otherwise we give it to you, Mr. Chair, for signature. So it's an administrative matter, but the issue is, we'll get it to you once we just get, I think you had a one change, small
Yeah.
thing. So we have a, I'm gonna say a legally valid employment agreement that we'll get to you ASAP. I just didn't realize that it was ready to rock. Kind of like, I think even Mr. Dobson took a while to actually get you a double-signed employment agreement.
Yeah.
And somehow it always happens, so we'll get you an employment agreement here, whatever, this week or
Okay.
next week. That's that issue. The second issue, consolidation sale district land. This is a homework assignment. All we need, it's a bunch of paperwork, resolutions that I can do, but we have to get a market value for the properties, and I think based on the discussions that you've had before with John, you want to sell them in mass. Okay, even harder, so we need a broker.
It doesn't have to
Think about
be,
it.
if it makes it easy, just sell all, if it's 4 properties, 6 properties individually, it doesn't.
Okay.
I mean,
All right, so-
whatever makes it easier.
Yeah, some of them.
Fine, broker. That's, it's not something that we do necessarily. I think we would do closings, or you could have a broker who
A
would
style
locally
company or whatever,
do
yeah.
the closings, right?
Sure.
So that's why it matters is, unfortunately, we have to come up with a market price for it. That's really, the only rule is, you can do it however you want. You can have an auction for it, but you have to have what is the correct market price, and you can't sell it for less, because then, it's like you're stealing from the people. So, please note that. You can email me, email John, email Becky, whomever. Just email us individually, please. Don't make it a big board email.
Sure.
And let us know, because really, once we get somebody whose job it is to go find market values, I can give that broker the list of the properties and have them game it.
So with that being said, when you get a broker involved, which I'm not against, but there's a fee there, so
Certainly.
we need to know
Yeah.
that breakdown and all of those.
Full transfer, they have to, not anymore, it has to be fully transparent.
Sure.
That is, it's lawful to pay the fees. It's lawful to pay legal fees and broker fees as long as the nominal price of the property is the market price.
Understood.
So, that's all. Just, think about it. You know better than I do locally who you might want to do that. If not, I'll get with John and see, I'm sure he knows, we can go through this.
And how many properties are there in total? Is it
17? It's a fair number, right?
17? No way.
It's a lot less.
Okay,
Yeah. Can't
John
be
gave me a
17.
list of, he
Yeah.
goes, hey, here's a bunch of properties.
I think
Some of them
it's-
don't have the owner
No.
name, so I have to do amendments to get the
Yeah.
Central County
I'm
Water
trying to
Control
find the
District.
list because I got a list for
Yeah,
John.
I don't think it's.
Fine.
Out of 17, you're gonna find like.
Yeah, it was like a whole sheet full, I thought. But
Yeah,
okay.
no.
I think there was 2 different lists. There was a list of properties
And assets.
that had to get the name corrected, and then there was a list of properties.
So I'm combining the 2 things. All right,
Okay.
name corrected, that's easy, I'll get that.
Understood.
So,
Okay.
Much better. That's it, well, no, the consolidation and sale, blah, blah, blah. All right, David Cotton property, This is an unusual situation because there was this improvement project that clearly we had to go on a private property in order to accomplish it. Normally, before the fact, anybody, you know, Becky, I could come up with an agreement, hey, this is what you need. You need to get this signed, we're gonna sign it, and then anything that happens, we will put it all back to Max after the fact. Or, you know, during the work and after the work. In this case, I'm doing it after the fact. So the issue is very simply that, you know, there was this work done, apparently, and I've spoken to Mr. Cobb a couple times, it took longer than it was meant to take. There was more impact to his property than he expected. And part of the reason why a lot of it was done verbally. And so what you have is a waiver, just so you see what it looks like. Essentially, it's a 2-pager. It's in the back of your binders. It's really a 1-pager. And what it says is, we release them, they release us. And then there's a list of things we do. These seem perfectly logical to me. It's basically putting things back the way they were beforehand. Here, for Mr. Cotton, there's this thing about the culvert. I have that in here. There's a thing about he had some feed that he had to buy. In other words, Mr. Chair, you'll see the final version of this, and in another life, you would just get them as we needed to do them. And you would say, okay, this is fine, I'm signing on behalf of the board, the property owner signs. But the intention is to just to make it clear to the board that this is probably the best way to do it when we are gonna be doing a major project or improvement that has to touch on somebody else's private property. Because it could go the other way. It could be that one of our people gets hurt. And guess what? This gets them off the hook. If one of our people, through their own negligence or stupidity, gets hurt on the property, that's something they should be concerned about. So, sample it, see what it looks like. I am still waiting on some details. So that's something that, you know, I have some information from Mr. Cotton. I'll get you the final version of it. But this is what they would look like generally. If we had to do it again. First time it comes up, I'm not aware that this issue's come up before, but yes, sir.
Let's talk about number 3, which, we have the peep strut, which
Yeah,
one
about
is
the
talking
code.
about?
Okay, you tell me.
I don't know which one we're talking about.
Yeah.
Number 3, which culvert is he talking about?
Retaining place the culvert, it's the one that's already,
The
that's
one
already
inside,
there.
inside.
But he wants the outside one.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I know, but that's the thing,
I explained it, again, I was very clear, unless the board gave permission and, he has a permit, but they're not giving permits, and I explained that to him. No property unless you're the inner properties that have no access because they don't have a side road will obtain,
Yeah, cause I called Shane Barker about it and he told me that the one inside, he said he didn't care who paid for it, or he says he doesn't care, whatever was agreed, that's not his problem.
Sure.
Somebody needs to pay for it, pull the permit, and if nobody does it,
it's gone.
but I know that there was an issue with the pine cone one, and I've spoken with David quite a bit, and he wanted that culvert. And
I told him, I said, Jake, unless you give, that's, again, that
So-
is still up to the board as well.
yeah,
And I have some disagreement with this on some of these things is, like for instance, number 3, we had to put some money into that. That culvert wasn't free, that field wasn't free, and it's staying there. And he wants it to stay there. So we put some skin in the game. And there's some stuff I'm seeing here for the first time, Becky, number 4, reimburse Cotton the sum of what amount? I don't know.
I never,
No idea. We can trust him with the number, and then we can debate the number once we get it.
I
He
never
hasn't told me
do,
the number.
but again, that was, when I read this today, because this is the first time I'm looking at it, never was anything a problem with his cattle, because his cattle was still grazing out there. There was never a problem with his feed, he never complained about anything. All he asked was that the debris be removed, and that was the end of it. And that's exactly what we did. And there was never an interruption. He was upset because of when they were cutting the sod. But with his name is Brett, when he went out there to cut the sod in the back end, it was already burnt. He said, Becky, I'm not even gonna start here. He says, I'm just gonna remove the one that he has up front. But it wasn't because of us that was like that. You understand? So again, whatever he's trying to get away with, again.
So the other thing is, Steve, you look at 1 and 2, how do you make that happen?
But this is boilerplate.
Sure.
I didn't make it up. You figured that out.
Okay.
Right. In other words, I want you to think of it the other way is, what does it look like when the person who's on the other side claims, like, does a demand letter or something, and it says, you gotta put it back, and you say, all right, it ends up being what's reasonable. The answer is, as to how much or how you replace or restore things, legally, it's just what's reasonable. It may not be a heck of a lot. I think in this case, what I'm hearing is that those parts we could say are done. In other words, if we come up with a version of this and present it to Mr. Cotton, I imagine those two items, 1 and 2, may not be the sticking points. I'm guessing the sticking points are 3 and 4, right? And obviously number 5 is just whatever, like that's the legalese behind it. So it's really 4 major things. And I don't have a number for number 4. The thing about replacing the culvert, I get what you're saying, Mr. Chair, really the intention here is to potentially avoid, if it comes in the form of litigation, it's gonna end up in the same place. I think these would be reasonable terms to resolve it if it were a legal matter. But then you'd be paying some attorney that says, oh yeah, I'm going after you, an extra $50,000. I don't know how much this will be, but whatever it is, it'll be that plus the legal fees.
So if I can, so we're basically giving him this paper so he can tell us what his ballpark number is, if it's fair, reasonable, and then us coughing it up and paying him and calling it a day.
Yes.
Now, here's my other question with that follow-up. Isn't the law within our parameters due to this swell being severe something that we legally need to take care of? Can't we say eminent domain due to us having to access his property?
Yeah, actually.
And that is a fightable.
Yeah, so the flip side of that, if I were litigating, it's illegal stuff here, but I would say it's a taking. Have you ever heard that expression, regulatory taking or factual taking? In other words, if I were him, I would say, no, they prevented me from getting the highest and best use of this much of my property, pay up. So it's actually even more risky, I think. When you think of it that way, as the district's condemnation power on a private property, it takes a while. You're supposed to send them an opinion of, market value, whatever. That's why it usually goes the other way around. It's somebody in his position would say, no, this was a quote taking. And we would defend that, obviously. It just costs so much. Like it takes a bunch of time. I would have to get another attorney involved. So this, we can talk about what the finer points are.
Why was number 4 included here?
This is entirely based on his own statements to me. He didn't have a dollar value when I spoke to him, but 3 and 4 are, I know those are heavy lifts. He sounded fairly serious about them. In other words, I'm talking to a guy who's threatening litigation. I hear that all the time. The only trick is, if he pulls a trigger, then it stinks. If it's just, like this, then that is common. But because of how long the project took, maybe he's got a case. And that's why I thought, all right, let's just do one of these. We should have this as a procedure anytime going forward. But this one is a little more crunchy than a typical one would be. So, for your consideration.
Look forward to seeing it.
I advise it from the get-go that the board should have been involved in this, because it was a huge problem from the get-go, and we're still not out of it yet. And I don't know if anybody here ever reached out to the owner or anybody reached out to the manager to figure out what's going on and what was agreed upon. So there's a lot of stuff that nobody on the board knows.
I think there's a lot of stuff though, Chris, if you heard Becky comments to us, is that owner didn't want to talk to any of us on this board.
That's correct.
Well, no, he didn't, but you know what? The thing is that, this is the thing. I didn't want to talk to anybody. It took me 3 weeks to get a hold of him. And the thing is that I want to know what was going on, because the thing is that this project, who on this board was aware of everything that was going to go there, the phases and the steps? I wasn't. Was anybody else here aware?
We just knew it was a project that was
No. I know, but did anybody know that it was going to be on a private property, gaining access, and clearing out? It's like, so Pinecone. So from Pinecone to Utopia, why was all them pine trees on the south side of that cleared off? For what reason? Do anybody here know on the board?
I'm pretty sure she.
Yeah, I spoke on that the last time you asked.
What was it for?
Because there was, again, we were using his property to get in, but the easement in which we were bringing the trucks and the big long neck excavator, there was debris in the way that we had to remove, just to get on ours so we wouldn't have to stop the regular traffic on Pinecone and cabbage, in the main, so just able
So,
to remove that.
The Monterey pines you're talking about?
No, you're
No, there were old pines, some were broken and
So you see where the golf carts at?
Yes,
They're
sir.
running along the roadside?
going
Right,
west.
so
Going west.
that's why I asked, what did that have to do with the original project? So when I spoke with the landowner, he told me that, I guess it was one day that you texted him that you wanted to go into the property to access for work, he never, I guess he didn't see it, and the pasture was flooded, and you went in there with the equipment, messed up the roadside. And so so on Utopia where y'all put all that rock, where y'all went in and kind of messed that up a little, y'all put that rock in there, right?
We put the rock too,
Right.
because again, we used he was there the whole time. This is why I'm
Right.
stating what I'm stating, okay? So, again, not once have I spoken with Mr. Steve, our assistant, district, with Mr. Kine. Mr. Kine has come into the office. We have witnesses there. My door's open, stating, all I want is, you guys did a great job, I just want it finished. I said, yes, Mr. Kine, I agree with you.
Right.
Again, the long neck excavator was messed up. I was like, that's why you saw it sitting over here. It was the joysticks. Once it's done, we're gonna be back on your property. You were already involved. He was telling me whatever he was stating. He called me while I was in a training in Centerville for the CDAP training. And I told him, I said, he asked me, who's this supervisor that's calling me? I said, I don't know who it is. I said, do you have a name? He said, Mr. So. I said, he's one of our supervisors. I was like, feel free to talk to him. Okay? He's like, Becky, I don't want to talk to anybody. And I was like, that's his opinion. You can say this is her say, he say, whatever. But it was between.
Which either way, he still contacted me, and then that's how I kind of got involved. And then that's why whenever all this came along, I had to ask, why did this stuff come around? So like on the Pinecone side, I asked him, so what happened here? He said that whenever they tracked through it, the excavator messed up the road. That's how he ended up getting material. That's how I know, this is how, because have I ever asked you about Utopia and how that material got there? This is the first time I'm asking you. So this is what I'm saying. So on Utopia, that's where y'all was coming in and out. It got messed up and y'all put rock for him to fix the road that was messed up. Correct.
Not to fix the road that we messed up.
But you put that
We
crush
put
rock.
it just for our trucks, for the entry.
Right.
And
So
for the
that's what I'm saying.
equipment.
So what he's saying
Yes,
is that from, I guess, after some rain, it kind of like flooded, and then he kind of tracked up the road. So then he says, then the deal was all them pine trees had to get pulled out to fix for the mess up, or to messing up his road. And then he asked me, he said, why would they pull all them pine trees off of Pinecone? Because he said his fence line was through there, and then he said it's like, you messed up his road, so he said, could you take all them pine trees out? Because he said that the pine trees there never messed with nothing. Because it's way over there, what you was doing was that side. And then he said, what does that have to do with Canal 13? I said, nothing. He says, that's what I'm telling you. He says, so ask them why from Cabbage Palm to Utopia, why did they do that if it has nothing to do with your project? I said, that's a good question, and I'm going to ask. He said, because they screwed up my road, and then that was you scratch my back, I scratch your back deal, and that's how we resolved that problem. That's why I was saying, whenever these projects come around, we need to know what's going on. And like, there's a lot of water pipes that I guess was busted. So there's like a lot of stuff that I guess that for irrigation. So, and this is what I say, this is why I tell the board that the board has to stay very much involved with these projects. Hold on, let me finish. And then, because the thing is that we gotta stay on top
I
of,
agree.
we gotta stay on top of all this type of stuff. Because now I mean, has any of y'all spoken to him lately?
No, that's what I was gonna get at. So
He's pissed. He's mad.
Well, he's
So
mad
Mr.
because the culvert that he wanted as an entrance. That's why he's mad.
But he couldn't.
But that's why
But
he's mad.
let me also ask this question. When he verbally spoke to you, he had no problem with any of this work
Not
being
at all,
done?
not at all.
And
And the ones
then-
that were present when we were there was myself, Jose, Rosa, that's sitting right back there, Louis, my other worker, Arnold, all four of us were standing there as we were speaking on the project. And they were the first ones that were involved in all of this process. Anytime that Mr. David came to speak, he always spoke with Mr. Jose and Mr. Lewis while they were out there in the field. the whole time.
So there was never a problem, and then,
But what's on paper?
and then what
But
happened?
that was, again, the paper is because he spoke with Mr. Steve. Mr. Steve wrote down what he stated. Never came back to ask
Okay,
us
that's,
what was,
that's my follow-up
Stated.
question. So,
you can read Mr. David
from the
Conley's name.
yeah, so from the last time he spoke to you, into the interim, then speaking to him, what was the downplay, basically him being upset?
The only thing he was asking was, why did you guys pull the culvert from Pinecone?
So again, that's between, I'm not concerned about that, because that's him with Henry County.
Yeah.
My thing is, George, going back to what Mr. Self mentioned, what happened, because there was a lot of trees on that canal bank from Cabbage Palm to, what'd you say, Utopia?
No, it's from on Pinecone side,
Yeah.
from Cabbage Palm to Utopia.
Why
on
was-
that berm?
Why was all of those trees, because they was mysteriously gone? What was the reason behind that?
As we were going through and we were taking out the ones that were on the easement, on the little path that he had, the little road that's on the inside.
Okay,
So as you're going through, he says, well, you could, if while you're removing them, you could put them in there's a little swell right there. There's a little swell right there. So again,
well, my question is, why did we do it? Was it his recommendation? Was it our recommendation?
Well-
Because that has nothing to do with Canal 13.
yes, but when we were going down the road, the inside road,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, where we had to remove some of the,
To get through.
to just get through. It wasn't a lot,
Yes, ma'am.
but we put them in the swell, okay? So as we were pulling them out, there was a few of them that, he had trees that were broken. If you look at original pictures,
Sure.
a lot of those pine cones were not,
It wasn't just that, there was oaks down.
It was just-
There was a lot of everything.
yeah, but it wasn't, and so again, we asked him, as we're removing this, what do you wanna do with the ones that are broken on this side, because we're gonna remove our debris. The other thing was that he said, if you pile the debris,
That's what I was getting ready to go to next. Go ahead. So
He
what
said
happened
if-
there?
well, this is the thing. He says, I don't have the equipment to make the piles and move them. I was like, well, can we finish first and then we'll come back and we'll set the piles, he wanted it 8 by 8 because he has a right to burn on his property. Okay? The excavator broke, the long neck excavator broke. That's when you were already involved, okay? All the trees were still there, we were picking up debris. We came to pick up the debris, it took us 2 weeks, we got rid of the debris, I brought the debris over here.
Yes, ma'am.
I did not leave it on his property,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, for that reason.
Sure.
So, again, when we were gonna make the piles, now he don't want the piles because he wants it clean, because he had already spoken with one of our supervisors, okay, and was telling him how upset he was. Not once that I was told that he was upset, unless Mr. Self told me
Yeah,
when you spoke to me about it, and I told him, I said, Chris, I don't know, because he's never, not one mentioned, not once. And when he came here, he was perfectly fine with me. He never said he was upset, he never said nothing about the fee, he never said nothing about anything of what Mr. Chris and what Steve is saying today. Not once.
Well, so this is the thing. So I sent you an email because I spoke with him and I sent you an email about all the debris. And I said, what do you do with all the debris? You said it's gonna stay on the property.
Yes.
Correct. So then, when I spoke with David, I showed him the email, I said, hey, look. I said, this stuff's supposed to stay here? You know, he said, hell no. He said, who would do that? So then, whenever we come to the meeting, I asked, and he said, no, it's not gonna stay there. But in the email, you told me it was.
What, no.
And then,
Yes.
it's in the
No,
email.
I agree with you. No, I'm not saying no. But the initial thing, the reason why I said we're gonna remove the debris was because you had already told me that he was upset and he was going on about it. I said, the only thing I'm gonna do is just remove everything, get everything cleaned up. That way, there's nothing there to come back for against Central County. He's not gonna say that we left him the debris. No, we're gonna clean house, we're gonna get it done, we're gonna leave it nice and clean, and we're gonna move on. That's why I removed the debris. But the initial one was,
That's why I brought up the issue of this whole project. This whole thing happened and nobody was involved, and now it's like we're in a predicament. And this is what I'm trying to say, you know, it's like the whole Pinecone side. He said there was no reason for them trees to be pulled out. And if you really think about it, if you went back to the picture, because I have a drone footage of all the trees before they got pulled out, and I looked at it, and then when I seen those all gone, I'm thinking, what does that have to do with our canal system?
Absolutely.
And then when I asked him, he says, because they messed up my thing, he said, there's rock down on Utopia, so I go, and there's rock there. And then I said, okay, so what happened? He said, well, they texted me in the morning, they wanted to come into the property. And I guess he didn't answer the text, and I guess y'all still went in. And then whenever you went in with the excavator or
You can't
something,
go in there until you have his code, number one, because it is a lock. And he sent us the lock code. He says, I can't make it back there, but you guys are you can come in.
right, but
So-
but I'm just trying to tell you
Okay.
what he explained to me. He said
Yes,
they
sir.
all went in there with the excavator and it tracked up the whole road and it messed it up. That's why y'all put rock there or whatever. And then, that's where he said that whenever he was going down through there, he wanted the trees removed so he could put his fence through there. Because he had an old fence that was through there, there's a bunch
Yes,
of pine
that's-
trees.
that's what he said
And he
as
said,
well.
since you
Yes,
messed
sir.
up the road, can you pull them things? Then whenever I sat there and looked at him, I'm like, okay, and then that's why I said, what does that pine cone have to do with that over there? And I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I have no idea, and it's the truth to it, you know, I mean, it really,
Okay.
and then that's why I said, y'all didn't have to move them trees to access our canal bank,
Has this,
but
look,
I'm done.
has this, oh, she was up, has this person ever dumped on our property, water?
Yes. And he admitted it, and he has a 4-inch pump that he has put it to alleviate his site out of his mouth. And he said, if I have to do it again, I'll do it.
David Cotton?
Yes, sir. And not only that,
Ain't here.
again,
Oh,
that's out of his mouth.
Ain't here the guy.
And you know what?
But what
I
does
was-
that have to do with the project?
No, 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 no,
I
I'm not-
understand what y'all getting at, but the thing is,
No,
let's not
no.
deflect.
Oh, no, I'm
I'm
not changing.
No, I'm not
just saying,
changing, no.
He's not as squeaky clean as he
Yeah.
seems to be,
I,
well.
me,
Yeah, no.
from my experience of dealing with high level on this, there's a lot of he said. And from one point to an ending point, there was something that was said that had the customer okay, and now the customer's not okay.
Sure.
There should have been a legal agreement.
Agreed.
We have to take that, we take
Sure.
that hook. But there's something in between that's not making sense. We have our day-to-day operations and numerous witnesses stating one thing, and then an aftermath comes, now there's something totally else being done. We go to court, everyone has to sign an affidavit, they all have to testify, sworn statement. And then it's proven. So my experience is, put your money where your mouth is. If what he's saying is not true and he wants to contest to it, then hey, let him contest to it. But if he said what he said to these witnesses and everybody is true, that he was in agreement to it, I don't see no default. And then on the other end, he's not so innocent in it either. So we can sit down at the round table and have a discussion, but if it comes to push and shove, put your money where your mouth is. If you said that this has happened, prove it. You're innocent or proven guilty.
So that,
So we need to stay on people's property without a contract.
But
That's what we're saying.
I can agree with that.
I agree with that.
Look,
I agree with that, like I said, I was
It's the third time we just got pushed out of the
I agree.
So that's the thing, so there's two takeaways. It's the specific issue of Mr. Cotton, but for me personally, the better way, just going forward, is we come up with a standard version of this. One that is easy for Becky to show to somebody, and that it becomes a shield. This obviously, this is a Band-Aid.
Sure.
It should be more like a shield. So that was the intent. I said, hey, guys, maybe this is something we should implement. Please think about it.
Yeah.
It's not an action item now. If we were doing it for Mr. Cotton, it would have these wrinkles, because this is now after the fact, and, you know, there's obviously
Yes, sir.
information in both directions. So that is it. And then I have one more item,
Go ahead.
which is just converting this, generally speaking, high-level issue of the makeup of the board, you know, landowner, sort of 1 acre, 1 vote versus elector. I've looked at it, and in case you haven't heard this already, a lot like incorporation, it's something that a lobbyist has to do, you know. We can create bits of paper that say, oh, this is an act, this is a special act, this is gonna change the makeup of the board. But John and I don't think we'll be able to get it across the finish line. We'll have to go to Tallahassee. I think it has to start at the county, and then from the county to Tallahassee. Think of it as like a 2026 item. And always remember, it's a little bit outside of what the budget is. In other words, you might want to say, okay, let's budget it for 2026, because there'll be lobbying fees, you know, that you have to pay just for somebody to kind of shepherd it through the process.
Gotcha.
But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it, I'm gonna carry it. John might see it and say, what's this about? And then it'll just say, I'm working it out until it actually happens, or until you say, you know what, just take it off the agenda. And that's it. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions for the attorney? None being said, I believe that is. Yeah, oh, sorry, board supervisors, anybody else, Chris, you start on your side, do you have anything update? Daniel?
Yes. Have we, the reports that we filed with the sheriff's office for the illegal dumping, have we followed through with them?
They haven't found any. I mean, we have the, again, I have finally got the cameras and I'm installing them. I mean, they're actually working on taking pictures and stuff like that. But even on their camera, they've been, Ag has been out and they've also been helping us as well. More, agent.
Okay. And then the other thing was the LED lights that we had approved, 4 years ago to have them change color for different events, and different holidays and different meetings.
Yeah, that little motor has gone out several times, but it's still there. The lights are there. We just have to, because again, if you look at two, there's different colors. So, like autism, you know? You have one for autism, but then there's another one in April that one's purple, one's blue. So, you gotta pick which ones we're gonna change at the clubhouse.
Okay.
So, you know, whatever it is you wanna go off, that's fine. Because there's one for Earth and there's one for St. Patrick's Day. They're both different.
Right.
So,
Okay.
you know, stuff like that, that's not a big deal. We can just call me, you know.
Okay. And then, the other thing that I wanted to, touch base on was, the, fundraiser idea, but I brought it up to the board. Is the fence all around the clubhouse fixed? Because I remember, and I went back there and looked, where the, baseball field was, there was a couple pieces of the fence that
We
was.
can solve that.
Still investigate. There's still stuff that needs to be done.
No, yeah, there's more areas of the fence that needs to be, structurally fixed.
Yeah, I think you need to.
But we did pick it up.
Yeah, take a look at that.
Mhm.
We need to get that addressed, which is a good reason. And fence is only from,
Yeah.
but it need, that clubhouse fence needs to be addressed in certain areas. I went back.
By the
there.
4-H.
I went back there.
Mr. Dobbs
Anything
was
else?
gonna say something.
And I'm done.
I was just gonna ask who is going to send out the award for being here.
Right. Okay. Mr. Moreno?
I'm good, man.
Mr. Cortez?
I think we covered a lot with the workshop. The other thing, Becky, I was gonna see if you have some time next week. I would like to kind of stop by and we can spend some time. I want to get a better understanding of everything you guys do. So I don't know if you have anything,
What they,
between Wednesday and Friday next week. Wednesday, I'll let you know what day.
yeah, I appreciate that.
Chris, do you have an address?
Yeah, 145, that's it.
You got 3 minutes, man. Good.
Thanks, Chris. I live on 145 North Benson. Sorry, I didn't throw that up. I wanted to propose a farmer's market for the community and holding it at the clubhouse.
I think that's a great thing. I think it's very needed, but I think for liability reasons, I don't think it's allowed because of exotic animals and all kinds of other things. And if something happens on that clubhouse, we are held responsible, I believe, because this is something I think Denise tried to do. Annapolis as well, something like that.
He wanted the flea market.
He goes, yeah.
We wouldn't be selling exotic animals at a farmer's market. So to avoid permitting in the first second pilot markets, we would just do unprocessed, unwashed, unbagged vegetables so that you don't need like a handling card and stuff like that, and no prepared foods. If people want to start participating and stuff like that, we could entertain, facilitate that later on.
And what about with fees and licensing and permits and stuff like that?
You're pretty much exempt. It's a bona fide agricultural activity to have farmers market.
Yeah, so it's gonna be just mainly produce and stuff like that.
Unprocessed, unwashed.
I mean, it wouldn't work much different, I guess, like the food drive.
Correct.
I guess it would work pretty much the same way. I mean, we just had to see, like,
How they do it,
I would just,
something similar.
the only thing is, and I'm for it, I am, I just, I just know it's going to open up other areas.
For liability, I talked with the county about it and they recommended an event insurance policy with a company called Event Walker.
Gotcha.
And then the other thing too, each vendor, because there's a couple that we participate in, each vendor is required to have a certificate of liability for their 10 by 10 in case anything that they do sell or happens on the property while they're there, their business is insured. And without that, they can't be, like for Moorhaven, for example.
Sure.
You can't be in that zone. And then the city of LaBelle, they do the same thing. It's a requirement that they have a certificate of liability with the entity you're on, and then the event coordinators as well.
So here's something that I noticed, and again, with the food trucks, remember they
Yeah,
did
that's
the food trucks?
Yeah.
So what we happened to find out, the food trucks, it was a small fee, and they were paying, the next, you know, we had a food truck post up on certain roads. Instead of, you know, paying a small fee, a designated area, they started posting up, across the street sometimes from the store. Sometimes they were on certain back streets and like that, and hey, by the way, I'm Facebook, here I am, come check me out. So I'm not against it, I just wanna make sure that all the boxes are checked, so I'm not against it, I think it's a great idea. I just know, I don't know if there needs to be some type of fee board or what like that, but definitely that we're not liable for anything, for sure.
I'm gonna rely a lot on volunteer work and, like I said, for exposure, we're gonna be using that event policy. And I ran this through ChatGPT earlier to see if there's any type of issues that might come up. That was one of them, was people trying to maybe sell just outside of the venue.
They're doing it now.
Yes.
Right across the street from the post office, there's usually a few people set up right there in between that stop sign and the mailbox.
Yeah.
There's usually some people there off-site, that's off our property, but they're on
It's
this.
an issue because that's technically protected. Roadside farm stand, that can't call anybody to tell them to come clean them up. So it's just something that I'm gonna have to iron out before we do this. And like I was talking to Becky about earlier, I have to do a survey and see how many vendors are willing to participate, what type of turnout and participation we get from one tour before we start inviting other people to participate, because I don't want to take away from like local opportunities and stuff like that, and start inviting competition.
And what day or days and what do you envision?
That's all gonna have to come back with the survey to see how many vendors we consider participate, how frequent we can have them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he wanted to just basically bring it to the board, the idea, see how you guys felt about it. I said it's a great idea, you know, the event, policy, you know, the insurance and stuff like that. And I thought about the food trucks, I'm glad you brought that up, because we did the same thing. We used the parking lot at the clubhouse for the food trucks. They needed to have their safety, you know, health department, their licensing, their
Sure.
liability. I have a binder with it, and as long as they were registered with us, that was it, they were good.
And I've spoken with the new person in charge of the county, there's some new people in charge, and they're really understanding, hey, by the way, you know, this is rural, we definitely would like to see in the near future if we do stuff like this. So I think I know the previous administration, the person in charge, you know, probably wasn't too fond of that, but the new person is, man, it seems like a great idea because it meets y'all's areas, so something like this I think would be a great thing. We just need to make sure that we check all the boxes.
Commercial and agriculture come out at the beginning of the month as well for a potential livestock auction. It's gonna take a little bit more permitting and maybe building or hiring a company to put up permanent pens or facilitating the livestock auction in a manner where it's more just like a free farmer's market where people have the ability to also sell like their chicks and stuff.
I think they did that back in the day, Chris, and you go way back, I think they did that back in the day.
Yeah,
years.
right on Horse Club
Horse Club,
and,
you understand it, right?
The rodeo
Yeah,
was
that's a long
another
time.
That's
They're-
yeah.
But they're not privately owned too.
Yeah.
No, that's what he was saying though, like, you know.
The rodeo wasn't anything that I wanted to open up, but you know, one thing.
Sure. No.
Yeah, that I would definitely get with you. Yeah, because that's something I think we should do, especially here in Monterey, because we are ag a lot of
Like you said,
things.
take pride where you live.
And LaBelle and Clusan have their big events every year that they do. And I've been trying to push this for years. I'm trying to get the funding for it, but incorporating ag into it's one of our key components. Because the clubhouse has a 4-H area that was designated for 4-H, and one of the state reps, they want to see it incorporated. And a lot of people do have animals that they do want to sell, and if they have to get licensing and certain things, they're willing to doing it. They just don't have a big venue in their local area that they can be a part of. So you do have the demographic of people who are willing to being a part of something like this. So I will say you'll have a lot of community support on that. It's just a matter of putting it together and pushing it out there for you to
And
see.
as far as the rodeo, there's one next week that I'll be attending Arcadia, a very nice one. So, I mean, there's a lot of that stuff happens all over, in Clueston, LaBelle, Moorhaven, so,
We have the
Okeechobee, of course. So you'll get some support. This is trying to get it off the ground, it's gonna be a little challenging, but
Are you guys familiar with Dr. Oz by any chance?
Dr. Oz.
From TV.
TV, yeah.
He's got a farmer's market that he holds in the sun over in Green Oaks, Emerald Oaks, and he invited us out to come take a look at it.
Good.
If you wanted to
Good.
learn anything.
Good.
Thank you so much for your time.
We appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you. I forgot one thing, the credit card. No, just a credit card. I just need it on the minutes, because I need it so I can send that over for the bank.
Oh, because of the new bank?
Yeah,
You need a motion?
yes, please.
We have a motion on the floor.
Motion
For a
to
new credit
change
card?
the,
To give you, put
who currently is the, on there, removing a name off our credit card.
I got you. Makes sense that we do that anyway. Yeah. No, I'm serious.
Why are you being sarcastic?
I'm not being sarcastic. Go ahead. I'm being serious.
And adding Rebecca Hernandez as the new district manager,
Sure.
in that position.
Yeah.
And I have papers, you guys can sign it.
Do we have a motion on the floor to
Aye. On this one.
put Becky Hernandez on it? We
Please.
have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, it makes sense. I,
Oh, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
sir.
With that, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Do we accept the board record?
Just about.
Overtime for employees. Can you give you another? Gave you another 4 over there.